when they move, no go near. This is when we don't talk is.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning. You're welcome to the event at Access to Financial Services in Nigeria 2023 Data Showcase. I also like to acknowledge our online audience. Thank you for joining us this Monday morning. It's a busy day, but thank you for being here. So the EFINA Access to Financial Services in Nigeria survey is EFINA's flagship research. Right, and we commenced this in 2008. This year's own, the 2023 survey is around, which we launched earlier this year. So it's imperative before we go to field and the field work commences. It's important for us to have this discussion with key stakeholders like you in the room to fully understand and discuss how we can leverage the A2F data more. You know, it's a powerful resource tool. So we want to discuss how this can be utilized to address not only financial inclusion goals, but also real sector issues and other wider developmental outcomes as well. On the agenda today, can we have the slide showing the agenda? So we're going to be having a welcome remark by our board director, and then we'll have an opening remark by Dr. Paul Olibe from the CBN. Also, we'll have a remark from Dr. Abi Jagu, who is the representative from Gates Foundation. Afterwards, we'll be going into the presentation from our general manager, and then we'll also have a panel session where we would, listen to our seasoned experts in the room. Afterwards, we'll have a quick short break, come in to hear about the survey tool that is going to be used for this round of the A2F, and then we'll break into groups. So we're going to have a breakout session. We're going to break into 3 groups and we'll organize that when it's time. Afterwards, we'll have remarks from our tag representative, and then we'll close and have lunch. So I'd like to thank you. On your tables in front of you, you have the agenda. Also, we have the survey tool. We've put copies of the survey tool on the tables in front of you, and a feedback form. So we'll crave your indulgence to please fill the feedback form. It's very useful to us. For our online audience, we have the links to all these documents as well. We have a link to the survey tool and the feedback form. So we'd also require you to fill it up and submit it. We'll get it. Thank you so much. Quickly, I would like to call on Ms. Bumi Lawson, who's EFINA's director, for her welcome remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's really great to be here today to see familiar faces. And it's been a long time that EFINA has had a physical event, so we're really happy to be here today. Thank you so much. So, just quickly to welcome you warmly to this event, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guests, and everyone here present. A very warm welcome to you to EFINA's A2F Data Showcase and Stakeholder Engagement today. Today we are honored to have each and every one of you here as we continue to provide the access to finance data, the leading source of data for the state of financial inclusion in Nigeria. In this illustrious gathering, we have the privilege to host you all, an esteemed audience of policymakers, financial service providers, our donors and researchers, other professionals and members of critical sectors of Nigerian economy. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Your presence here is a testament to your commitment to staying at the forefront of achieving financial inclusion, and we are truly grateful for your presence and support. EFINA has been conducting the Access to Finance Services in Nigeria survey since 2008. That's 15 years today. Since then, we have not only been part of Nigeria's financial and digital transformation, we've also worked closely with our partners to document the journey for the years. The A2F survey has become increasingly valued by actors across the market. From our initial focus on expanding access capture through the familiar access strand, really shifted to capture the value of finance in people's lives. Recent data from the A2F highlights the fact that the financial sector still has a long way to go in meeting people's financial needs and improving financial health. The data shows that people still turn to informal and non-financial tools to manage day-to-day aspirations, pursue their goals, build resilience for themselves and for their family. We know that the financial sector still has so much potential to add value, supporting Nigerians to end extreme poverty and establish equality for sustainable national development in Nigeria. Cultivating the financial health of Nigerians and the vibrancy of our frontier financial markets will provide the new opportunities that will lead to the creation of wealth for all those particularly those living in low-income households. EFINA has remained committed to bringing you reliable data on financial inclusion, and we are keen to share with you insights and the experiences of users of this data and how it has aided decision making. We understand that you, our partners and friends in this room, demand the highest quality of data integrity, reliability, and we built the A2F in partnership with our donors to deliver on this promise. To join us as we begin the process for delivering the next A2F survey report for Nigeria, and we are thrilled to have you join us at the start of this exciting journey. The A2F data has the potential to unlock digital solutions that can be harnessed to support vulnerable people, reduce inequalities, sustain livelihood, and maintain our social fabric. At this event, we invite all financial service providers, researchers, regulators, policymakers, and development partners to learn more about the power and opportunity of this rich data set and be inspired to take the journey with us as we work towards the next survey results. We have arranged expert panelists who will share with you demonstrated evidence utilizing the Access to Finance surveys in Nigeria data, sharing examples where this data has had a tangible impact on decision making. Our panelists have been carefully selected and include development experts in financial services with a gender-focused lens, amongst others. As we share with you the successful utilization of the A2F data to promote inclusive finance, let us remember that together we can support and achieve the dream of financial inclusion in Nigeria. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our donors, our esteemed guests, all of you here today, our dedicated team for all the work they've done, and our partners who have made this event possible. Your unwavering support and belief in our vision have been instrumental in bringing us to this monumental day. Once again, I would like to welcome you to this landmark event. Welcome and do enjoy the event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma, for these lovely remarks. Next, we'll be listening to Dr. Paul Olive. He's joining us online.
Let me know if you cannot.
We can hear you, sir. It's on.
Just a minute.
Dr. Paul, please can you hold on? We can't hear you.
the whole.
No, he's not. You should say something. I let him talk.
Can people in the hall hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can. Please go ahead, we can hear you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. EFINA has been a very good partner for many years in financial inclusion, supporting the Central Bank of Nigeria stakeholders, especially event utilizing an evidence-based data for decision making. I always relied on EFINA data, which is the cardinal, which is the most fundamental data set in Nigeria. To make policies and decisions that hold the financial system. As we all know, the CBN is actually a facilitator in the space and has been steering financial inclusion local and international. And it also gladdens me today that Abi Jago, a senior program officer in the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, is also here to give, to give a speech today. And the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, in collaboration with EFINA and the Central Bank of Nigeria and multiple other stakeholders in the space, have been utilizing the EFINA data to make decisions, to try and formulate policies and drive implementation of financial inclusion in Nigeria. So that underscores the very strong relevance of the work that EFINA does in this space. Because for many years, both researchers and even donor organizations rely on this data to try and close the financial inclusion gaps in Nigeria. And so that's why data is key to decision making. And at the CBN, we all know that we use a lot of data in the financial system. Try and see that help with really expanding access to finance, regulating the financial system, ensuring that all our citizens would have. And the recent EFINA access to financial services survey in 2020, the last one that we'll be using, 0.1%, which is a far cry. Let me say a little that we have said 3% for we are still underperforming in Nigeria in terms of leveraging access to finance. And that data helps us to recalibrate our approach, to understand that we have much to do. And so without data, without the access to financial services data, we probably will be patting ourselves in the back to think that we have really achieved much. So you see that's the key. That's the key. That's the insight that data could provide for us. But when we lay such hard facts on the table, it allows us to, reflect. It allows us to think about what needs to be done next and what ways can we calibrate our approaches to closing exclusion gaps. And even that data is multidimensional. You can drill it, you can slice and dice it in multiple ways, and that's the relevance that I've always found in EFINA, the access to financial services data. It is multidimensional. It helps you to look at or amplifies all the several facets of the issues you are having, whether it's about women or youth, northeast or northwest, rural areas. So it dimensions it appropriately for you to understand what's really happening. And there are multiple nuances that it reflects, which gives you that particular insight that you need to be able to make policies. And to be honest with you, at the Central Bank of Nigeria, we have so relied on the EFINA data. Although there are multiple other data, there is the household survey, there is also the global findex, and there are multiple other ones. But the EFINA data is so contextualized, localized to our environment, because it has this national representativeness, which makes us, which makes us have that value of statistical significance in our landscape here. And that's why today I'm so happy to be part of this event, having interacted with EFINA for so long, for so many years, and having utilized what the data they put on the table to make policies at the central bank. I'm so happy to be part of this today to say that we are behind EFINA and we will continue to explore partnerships and collaboration to deepen financial inclusion in Nigeria, especially as it relates to data. And I would like to thank the board of EFINA and its stakeholders for all your strong support in every way. And I will also urge all stakeholders to please continue to support EFINA in multiple ways to achieve their aim, because the value they bring to the tech Nigeria is really immense, it's tremendous, and we all need to join our hands together and serve in this space. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak at this event. You have a good day.
Thank you so much, Dr. Paul. EFINA remains committed to supporting the CBN with, moving the needle in financial inclusion. Next on the agenda, we'll be calling on Dr. Abi Jagun, who is Gates Foundation FSP representative for Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and welcome to stakeholders both in the room and online. You will likely hear, I will be very brief so that we can get to the meat of the matter today. So you will likely hear about why inclusion is important for socioeconomic development during the course of today's event. I think what recent global events have demonstrated, and here I'm talking about the pandemic and even national events like the Naira redesign, what they've demonstrated is that access to finance and the ability that that access provides to participate in both social and economic life is what enables individuals, households, businesses, and even the country to become resilient to the shocks that we face. And if we are keeping track of global events, we know that even more shocks are going to be coming. And so access to finance is important, both for the foundation, but also for so many countries in the world. There is a saying that what gets measured gets done. And I think that's why all of us are in the room right now. As Ms. Lawson mentioned, I think what EFINA has been able to accomplish by doing the Access to Finance survey since 2008 is remarkable. Nigeria is one of the very few countries that has this longitudinal data that is showing the progress or lack thereof of financial inclusion every 2 years. And I really want to commend your resilience, EFINA, to getting this done. I also want to commend your innovation in doing the Access to Finance survey, because what a lot of people perhaps take for granted is the way in which A2F has expanded in scope and in reach. So we started off with national and geopolitical classifications of inclusion and exclusion. Now we're at the state level. We started off just looking at inclusion, exclusion. Now we're looking at gender. We're looking at financial health. There's so much packed into this survey. So thank you for your resilience, and also thank you for your innovation in continuing to provide this data. But the data is one thing. It really only becomes useful when people like yourselves in the room use it, and so that's why it's so important for us to have these discussions, to get feedback from the stakeholders that need to use this, to ensure that we are really serving your needs so that you are able to serve the needs of the country and the nation. So I'll just quickly end by just thanking you for the opportunity that you've given the Gates Foundation to partner with you, and to also just convey our commitment to continuing to support the ecosystem, and that is not just with the generation of data, but also to the people in the room, your use of that data to ensure that we are really contributing to the financial well-being of the population that we are a part of. I am Nigerian as well. And so I wish us all a really productive discussion today. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Abby. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for being here. We actually are fully aware that you could be anywhere else on Monday morning, but you've chosen to be here, so we are very grateful. I'm going to use my laptop, but I'm not sure I can see the screen from there. I want to also just say that, we've heard that we are excited from Ms. Lawson. Abby, we are really excited. So it's not because we want to say, we're really excited. Maybe I'm the most excited because with A2F, everybody says A2F is my baby, and that's because really I've had 2 kids for 2 different cycles. This cycle, maybe I chose different, but it's almost like I'm having another baby because then we're going back to the field and we're having this survey being done. So I want to say thank you. I will pick up from where Abby left off. For the next maybe 15 minutes, I will try to just give a quick overview of what the Access to Financial Services in Nigeria survey is about, a brief insight on some of the data and the trends over the years, but to what Abby was speaking about, really touch on some of the innovation and the improvements that we've done to the survey to ensure that it continues to drive not just financial inclusion, but also wider developmental outcomes. All right, so we've heard that today financial inclusion has been identified to be an enabler for 8 out of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And so we are very much aware that this is not just about financial inclusion. This is actually about driving improved livelihoods, right, resilience for the Nigerian population. And so that's where I want us to have that at the back of our mind. Because some of us will say, well, I'm not in the finance space. We know that. We also want to see how finance can enable, and drive your sectors so that, you can improve the lives of Nigerians. And like Dr. Paul said, the A2F, has become a reference point for financial inclusion data in Nigeria. We also believe, and like I mentioned, that the A2F is key to driving Vision 2030 goal, the Nigerian Vision 2030 goal, which is about driving shared prosperity for all by 2030, and we know that the A2F is critical to that. So what do we do with the A2F? 4 key objectives. First is we measure financial inclusion, and by that we mean the access to or usage of financial services for the adult Nigerian population. Formal is formal finance, so that's regulated financial services. And the second thing we also try to identify over the years is to find out what are the drivers of uptake, and then how do we enhance those drivers, the drivers of uptake, but then also find out what are those challenges that would limit uptake and usage, how do we mitigate those, and finally we hope to drive policies and support our regulators to make decisions that can improve the ecosystem, and also support the providers as well to help them make better decisions for their customers around better customer segmentation, product design, and all of that. Quickly to our methodology, the A2F covers the adult population 18 and above, represented by the national, regional, and state level. You can analyze those the data across rural-urban divide, gender, age, education, income sources, and all of that. We have key partners who I also want to appreciate. We have our technical partners, FinMac Trust, the National Bureau of Statistics. I don't think there's anyone from the NBS here today, but I think we are online. And then we have our research partner, EFINA's, as well. And they've all been very, very, they've contributed a lot to the survey, and we appreciate them for that. If I can move to our key slide. In terms of what inside the A2F has provided over the years, can we go to slide 3, please? So, okay, I'll just speak to this. If we can think about financial inclusion, in 2008, we were at a point where we had just roughly less than a quarter of Nigerians were financially included, so around 24% were financially included, formal inclusion, so they had access to a formally regulated financial service provider. In 2020, we had about half of the Nigerian population, so we had doubled, over a period of 12 years, and that is significant progress. That is significant progress. But why we think that it's doing this is when we look at the data, between 2014 and 2020, we have remained at about 49%, between 49 and 51%. So the pace of increase, the pace of progress has not been sufficient, to meet our national targets or to, help us achieve the goals I want to achieve. And so that's one of the reasons why we think that, we need to continue to drive, this work has to continue, and we need more hands on deck, and that's why we're calling on not just stakeholders in the financial space, but also outside of that. The second thing to take away is that when we look at our comparable countries, you notice that most of them have been able to, leapfrog with regards to formal inclusion, because they have really leveraged on the non-bank, financial providers. So you see where mobile money, mobile banking have, been driving financial inclusion. And when I put this together, there was something that, jumped to me. In Ghana, where really financial inclusion in Ghana is not really a major thing, they've recently, been driving that. But then, Nigerians would like to compare ourselves to Ghana for jollof rice, for whatever reason, But when you look at Ghana, even with Ghana, where their banking sector is not that large, but when you look at financial inclusion, they are already over 90% formally included. So, if we've been doing this since 2008, and we have comparable countries who are, who have recently come into this, on this journey, and they're already making significant progress, I think there's a lot that we can learn from them on that. The last thing to take from here is when we look at the depth of inclusion. So as we mentioned over and over again, it's, because even when we go to field, people ask us, they would say, finance for what? Why should I have a bank account? At the end of the day, we want that to be able to drive improved livelihoods. And we know that driving improved livelihoods is beyond an account, it's beyond payments, right? So there are other things, other services like credit, insurance, and pension that are really, really critical for driving those outcomes of helping people to take advantage of opportunities, and also helping them to cope with shocks. And when we look at that, those three indicators of credit, insurance, and pension, we are really, really, really performing really, really poorly. So these three things led us in 2020 to think about financial inclusion a little bit more differently, to say how do we then start to look at not just the numbers of what is being used, but then how is it actually affecting lives? And so we applied two different frameworks. One is the financial needs framework, and the other is the financial health framework. The financial needs framework actually helps us to classify and identify the use cases for financial inclusion, and then see how well is financial services or formal financial services, how well are we addressing those use cases that the average Nigerian will have. We identified 4 use cases. One of them is transfer of value, so everyone needs to pay, receive cash and all of that. The next one is liquidity. The third is meeting goals, and the last is resilience. And when we looked across these 4 use cases, yes, we see that everyone is making a transfer or using cash for transfer. But when we looked at the quality of that, only 28% of Nigerians were actually making digital payments. On the plus side, when we look at the fact that for those who were banked, 60% of them were making digital payments. it gives us, some kind of hope to know that we can actually drive uptake for digital, for DFS, if we drive uptake, amongst the banks. But again, the quality of usage will also be evident in whether they're using digital, because we know that adds other components like convenience, and speed and all of that. So on one hand, we are concerned about the quality of transfer value. When we look at liquidity as well, liquidity here we talk about how well does your current income meet your needed expenditure for a period of time. And when we look at that in 2020, about 72% of adult Nigerians said they experienced some liquidity distress. So at least for 1 month, they could not cover their expenditure with their inflow for that month. And then over 60% were in severe distress, which meant that for several months, So this already shows us that there is a need in the Nigerian market for liquidity. But when we look at how well is the formal financial service meeting that need, just about a quarter of adult Nigerians were able to rely on formal financial service providers to address those needs. Right, so as we go through, you see similar results for meeting goals and resilience. So individuals have goals that they want to meet, but again, the formal financial service is falling short, as well as resilience. And when we look at financial health, so for financial health, we are asking the question, how well are we able, to actually take advantage of opportunities? How well does finance enable that? So I want to achieve something, there's an opportunity before me. How well can I leverage on finance to achieve that? Or how well am I able to cope with shocks when I face those shocks? And when we look at financial health, in 2020, we see that about 1/3 of adult Nigerians were financially unhealthy. The interesting thing is that, yes, we do see that an individual who is banked is twice as likely to be financially healthy than an individual who is unbanked. But still, we see that 3 in 5 banked adults are financially unhealthy, or are not financially healthy. So they could be financially unhealthy, or they could be financially vulnerable. So again, it tells us that there is more that can be done by the formal, financial service providers to really drive more developmental outcomes like financial health. And so really, for the A2F 2023 survey, we have to sit down and say, how do we look beyond just access and usage and drive things like quality and impact of financial services? And so that's where, some of the things that we'll be sharing today and we'll be having conversation about will be not just how do we drive the numbers, but also how do we drive the impact of those numbers. And just look on the other side of your screen, we've identified some sectors, and we'll go beyond this. Some sectors across the economy where we believe, finance can leverage, when you look at health, education, agriculture, MSME, gender and youth programming. These are areas that we believe, climate. So just before I jump over to the next section, there is so much more in the A2F now. So that is, this, I want you to take this away. There is so much more. For those who are not aware, the first thing is that for this a sample size of over 28,000 respondents, representative at the state level, I think there is so much that we can do with that data. When we look, we're also in 2023 going to map financial access points, across the EAs. So that means for things like optimizing agents or optimizing, your reach, you have insight, visibility into what you can do with that. We have enhanced geo-coordinates mapping. So we're improving also how well and how we measure or we map the geo-coordinates as we go to do our data collection. We've also enhanced the survey to include questions on capital markets. We've gotten feedback, over the years that that's not included. We also included issues on climate resilience. So last year I was in Kano doing some work around financial inclusion, particularly for women in the agricultural space. And the truth is, most of the vulnerable aspects of the population are more affected, by climate. And they also are more likely to benefit from financial inclusion. The ripple effect on them is likely to be more. So We are adding, components on climate resilience, persons with disabilities, women economic empowerment, impact of the Naira redesign. And another key thing that we're also adding is we also want to be able to better measure socioeconomic status, spending, because we've not done that well in the A2F in the past. And so for providers, it's limited how well they've been able to use the data for segmentation. And so we're trying to, we've included that. So we'll give you some time during the course of the meeting to go through the questionnaire and just see what is in there and give us some feedback on that. I'm running ahead of my time, but okay, what I want to do in this, just for the next few minutes, is just to give us an idea of how, so like we mentioned, these are some improvements that we've done to the survey for this wave. And so some of these insights, we think, we believe that providers should be able to leverage on these new changes to generate more relevant data that can drive decision making. So this, I'm going to give us some examples of how our other partners have leveraged on other FinScope data in other climes, right, to drive improved customer targeting, segmentation and all of that. So this is an example from Kenya, and they've actually used customer information on spending, consumption, and their demographics, right, to actually better segment the market for retail ideal customers. So if you see here, we are capturing information, and we do that now in the A2F survey on household spending. We're capturing information on rent, how much you're spending on rent, how much you're spending on data, how much you're spending on transportation, how much you're spending on healthcare on a monthly basis. So we believe that data is useful for providers when you have all of that information alongside their information on whether they are banked or not, information on their propensity to take credit, and you can also better profile them to understand what kind of credits will they be willing to take, how should you manage things like payments, the payment patterns. So we believe that this data can be leveraged by stakeholders in the room. So what we've done today, we've invited financial service providers. We've also invited, some data scientists, people who are interested in generating insight to the ecosystem. So in this room, for the providers, we don't want you to be worried about, whether you can do this. There are people in the room who, and we also believe that this is also business development, because so we're creating an ecosystem where there can also be people who, within the ecosystem, who can help and get into this this cycle of generating insights, to enrich the ecosystem. So we have customer profiling, and then that profiling, that data can also be used, by providers to better, go into the market. So for site selection, for example, when you understand, the customers that you're trying to reach, and then we also have enhanced geo coordinates that can help you identify where do you want to target them, or where are they located. That helps us to, better understand how, things like our marketing and our outreach campaigns as well. So this could also be something that could be used for agent locations and all of that. So we think that this data can be leveraged for that. This is another example of where this A2F type data has been used also to drive product design for a digital credit product targeted at the health sector. So we get, there's information around in the data around individuals who have experienced a medical shock, okay, individuals who have gone without medicine, in the last 12 months or not. We know their savings pattern, we know what they are saving for, we know their borrowing pattern, what they are borrowing for. We also know what they are spending on in terms of their health. We know if they're going through any financial burden. So all of this information, when we put them together, we also have information around their income. In terms of health, we know if they're married or not, we know if they have children or not, whether their children are in school. So there's so much rich data in the A2F that we believe that when we put them when we triangulate this data together, it's able to generate more insights for improved decision making. And I would just say at this point that actually what we've seen is that the A2F data works best when it's triangulated with other data sets. So it's not a standalone data, but we are hoping that, we know that there are other data sets out there. The DHS data is out there. The MBS has, there's all other data sets that we can triangulate that with as well. Just an example from 2020, is 2020 A2F data. We did a similar work in Kaduna State where we profiled to drive, to help, support providers to drive improved design opportunities. And what we found in Kaduna State is, right, and I'm just going to share insights from one of that and how it can actually help us, what kind of messaging can we get from that. So what we found was, we called one of those personas the traditional believer, and this is linked to the Dalberg human account work. And we found that 23% of women in Kaduna, belong to this persona. For a provider, what does this do for you? You're also able to analyze the data to identify key drivers for why a woman would belong to this persona. She could be least educated, have very low income, be a farmer if she's dependent, if she doesn't trust financial service providers, she's likely to belong to this group. But then the data goes beyond that to tell you how do you motivate such an individual to actually take up a product from you. Based on the behavioral questions that we have in this questionnaire as well, you are able to identify that such a woman belongs to a community group, and those, she relies on the community groups to empower her, and so that community group can be a strong point, to motivate her to take up a product. She uses her earnings to support her husband or her household, and so products that are targeted or towards those areas are things that she'll be more interested in. You also get from the data the fact that she would like to grow her business, because we capture information around what do they want to do, what are their goals that they are trying to pursue. So all of that gives you not just her drivers, but her motivation. It also gives you a sense of what is she using, what financial services is she using currently. So from the Kaduna example, we see, for example, that we see that she's saving weekly, and occasionally she saves majority at home, but also she's mainly often in financial distress, right? So she always has less than 1 month income in her savings, and so if she faces any shocks, she's likely to be in a situation where she would need some kind of support. How does this influence your product design? The data is also available, to support, how you do that. We have one of the recommendations we have here is do not overburden her with strict repayment schedules. Do not overburden her with high interest rates and steep fees and penalties, right? It says support her accumulation of savings, support her to leverage her wealth in achieving some of the goals that she wants to achieve. And we also have some insights that would also help how do you target this woman in terms of messaging? What are some of the things that you should do to ensure that she will be willing to take up the product? So simple messaging, non-technical financial language, and then how do you engage them? Religious institutions. So all of this you can get from the data using innovative methods to do some kind of segmentation and customer profiling. This example is from the A2F 2020 data set. In 2023, like I mentioned, we have improved all of this, and so we believe that we should actually be able to do more. Now, this doesn't speak to a specific provider, because like I mentioned, the ideal case will be that we work with a provider, work with your data sets to triangulate this, right? So that you can have insights that will speak specifically to your target audience. But this is, this example is to showcase some of the things that you can do with the data set in terms of profiling and segmentation. The last example I want to show to us is on socioeconomic vulnerability, how the data set can also help us to measure or kind of segments the population. We know that, like Abby mentioned earlier on, if we are actually honest with ourselves, we're going into some hard times, right? And governments, everyone is interested in really identifying. Remember during COVID, the question was, how do they know the people that are poor? How do they know who are the people? And I think that the A2F data, can actually help us to segment, the population, those who are vulnerable. So we have some indicators in the data set that can help us to do this. Questions around source of employment, questions around asset ownership, education, housing type, food security, people who have gone without food, financial inclusion. We have questions around gender norms. And what these questions can do, so there's several questions in there, I can't go into all of them, but what they can help us do is to help us profile the most vulnerable communities, and remember that this data is also representative at the state level. So it means that if you have interventions at the state level, you can actually better target those communities. And this is not just for the government. We might have, as an FSP, you might be interested in designing products that can better serve this market as well. And this insight, we believe, would help you better understand that segment. I think at the end of the day, the major thing that we want to highlight is that tackling some of the challenges that we hope to tackle, requires that we use the right data. If we don't have the right data, that's where decision making starts from. That's the basis for all decision making. And if we're not leveraging on the right data, we're definitely not making the right decisions, right? So the A2F to us at this point is beyond the survey, right? It's become a resource that's capable of unlocking a world of economic prosperity. Yes, we are still very much interested in driving financial inclusion, but we also know that financial inclusion is not a goal in itself, right? So it's a means to driving improved livelihoods. And the second thing I want to leave us with is data analytics. If we don't use the data, for us it's become repetitive, right? We've done this for the 8th wave. We can continue to report all of that, but we need to do more. And the more is where we need your help. I'm just trying to call on us to do more, to join us on this journey of doing more with the data. So we call on data analytics in the room, people who can use the data for better marketing, product development, and to drive wider development outcomes. So finally, I call on you to please take action, not just today, but also expect the data set when it comes. Please take action in terms of planning to, we're going to give you the questionnaire to go through. You know what is in there. You know what data is, is coming when we are done with field work. You have a sense of what's in the data. Links to our former data set from 2008 to 2020 is on the website. I think another thing that we've done is the data is now free. It's now a publicly available good, right? Because before now, people had to pay for the data sets. And so that's, was also one of the reasons why we didn't see that much usage. So now it's really available. You can throw it to one of your data scientists and tell them, go do something with this, get me some results. So please engage with people. And lastly is to collaborate. We know that we can't do this individually. We want to walk out of this room with certain interests on certain thematic areas, certain topical issues where there are partners who want to collaborate to address and tackle some of the challenges in some of those areas, whether it's around gender, mobile money, agent banking. We want to see that done today. So thank you very much. We will be going into the panel session quickly. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sandy. I'm sure the industry can't wait for the data to be out. So we're going into the panel session, but before then, we're going to have quick presentations from our panelists. So I'll be inviting our first speaker, Mr. Emezino Daniel Afebi, to come on board. I'll quickly read an abridged version of his bio. Zeno Daniel Afebe is an experienced business development and relationship management executive, hands-on digital payment practitioner and motivational educator with over 22 years experience working with leading financial institutions towards developing digital payment adoption in Africa. Zeno has been an active player and driver in the evolution of payments on the continent. Presently, Zeno is the Senior Relationship Manager at Women's World Banking, driving engagement with financial service providers, commercial banks, microfinance institutions, fintechs, mobile network operators, insurance firms, and more in Africa, with a focused goal of delivering impactful financial inclusion for low-income women, a critical, vibrant, and economically pivotal consumer segment. Over to you, Zeno.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, and we're very happy that we are getting to the point where we have another set of data that can be very much utilized by us to drive financial inclusion and economic empowerment. For us in Women's World Banking, particularly for women, because that's a key area where there is growth, there is blue ocean, there is green field that financial institutions can achieve. And beyond that, because women in the home are nurturers, we know that if it's right for households, we get it right for GDP, and the entire society benefits. So, just to take you through what we'll be covering in this brief presentation for some minutes, not more than 8 minutes, 5 points will be covered. And then the questions we ask anytime we get this data to enable us to utilize it optimally. And then how do we utilize this data? We heard the word triangulation. So we utilize this data and other data sets available to arrive at what decisions. And there is what insights did we see from the A2F 2020 data, and then what tangible things have resulted from utilizing that data, which is the 5th point, overall outcomes. So Women's World Banking, we have been utilizing research in carrying out development of the right solutions for low-income women and women-led MSMEs for over 4 decades in partnership with financial service providers. And that covers, as was indicated in the profile, my profile, which I'll make shorter, commercial banks, microfinance institutions, insurance companies, fintechs, and mobile network operators. Those are the kinds of partners we work with because they have the access, they have the gateway to the last mile low-income women we want to impact with the right financial solutions. And for us to achieve this impact, we utilized a variant of human-centered design, which we call women-centered design. And that is the basic principles of human-centered design coupled with behavioral science. It's not just about the what, and we're going to get to that, the 4 W's. It's not just about the what, but it's also about the why. Why do women access different types of financial services? That is very useful in order for us to successfully develop the right solution. So what you see presented here are the 5 steps that we go through. First of all, we need to have a problem statement, which is defined. And then the second step, where you see the red rectangle across that section, is where we utilize A2F data, which is the diagnose, such that by the time we go to the 3rd stage, which is design, we are designing not based on assumption, not based on a bandwagon effect, but based on market-based data, which is what we get from the A2F. The 4th point is, after we've gone through the design, we need to develop a prototype and test it, correct it, go back to the lab and get it right to move us on to phase 5, which is... Now, we have heard the word triangulation of data sets, not to rely only on the very robust data we're getting from the A2F, but make some comparisons with the deliberate intent of having a 360-degree view of what exactly we're trying to solve for and what would be the right response in terms of product development, enhancement, new solution, and new processes. So, of course, we have the A2F report in the center, and we're very eager to see the new data sets. Tommy was right that we're expecting that, so we look forward to that. Then we also carry out our own bespoke research every project we implement with financial service providers begins with research. And the research is dimensioned into two components: supply side research, which we call institutional diagnostic, and demand side research, customer research itself. Then we also reference the World Bank's Findex report, which was released last year, in order to make comparisons and then be sure we have an accurate picture of the target segment and the needs. Then all those bubbles you see on screen represent other reports as well. There are multiple reports. There's FinScope as well, so we reference all those ones. Now we move on to the types of questions we ask when we receive data. And I mentioned earlier the 4 Ws. So the what is obvious, the numbers. So having gone into the field, we gather numbers and we ask all those questions, and that helps us to understand the current status and the trend, the progress with regard to how women have access to financial services. Then the one that is very important to us and interesting is the why, the second W. Why do we have those trends? Why is the behavior as it is across the different solutions available for women? Savings, credit, insurance, investments, pensions, and so on. Why? And what is the level of usage? What is at the root of that kind of usage? Because when we have this information, we will know what product tweaks are necessary, what channels are necessary, what messaging is necessary, and so on. The 4th W, where? Where is the growth taking place? And where can be looked at in multiple dimensions, including geographical location and channel through which women have access to these solutions. And then the 4th W is whereby. Whereby is a synonym for how. And someone actually made a joke that, well, the reason why you use whereby is because you wanted everything to be W. But it is indeed a synonym to how, which is how are women able to engage with formal financial services. So this is once again looking at the women-centered design dimension. The interface through which the women can access financial services, is it relevant? Is it feasible? Is it pertinent? Is it working? Should we do it differently? Should we combine channels? That is what the 4th W seeks to answer. Now, when looking at the methodology, having asked the 4 Ws, we basically are looking at 3 things. Looking at all the data. Quantitative, which speaks to the what. Qualitative, which speaks to the whereby or the how. And the why as well. And then the contextual is those numbers are situated within the unique context of Nigeria. You have legal considerations. You have the regulator to consider as well. And we heard the presentation from Dr. Paul Oluikpe of the CBN indicating the CBN's commitment to drive financial inclusion. So it's very important that the context that we situate all the work we do and the plans we make is also very much taken into consideration. Now, let's give you some examples of how we have enjoyed using the A2F data. There are 4 examples that will be displayed, and these are screenshots from the A2F 2020 survey report. And the first one talks about financial capability. One thing which we deliberately drive in women's world banking is the departure from financial literacy. That might sound awkward, but moving on to digital financial capability building. So we're talking about not just having the knowledge, classroom setting, learn by doing is what we advocate when we engage with our partners. So this particular screenshot gives a view regarding the numbers, quantitative. Looking at the second example, we look at an opportunity area where there is huge opportunity for growth, and that is with regard to the youth who have access to financial services. A2F 2020 identified those between 15 and 17 to be 13.2 million. Have we moved? So we look forward to the new data to see what has happened. But this particular slide you are seeing actually helps us to see that, funny enough, the group you would expect to be digitally savvy, comfortable with mobile apps, between 18 years to 25 years, are the most excluded. Surprise? Well, that realization comes from the A2F 2020 report and can inspire development of the right responses in terms of solutions, products, and processes, enhancement, and development. Now, here is qualitative example, talking about what kind of goals do people have. Yes, you see numbers there, but what interested me is the 4 areas that inspire one deciding to save, put money aside. So there is investment in business, there is investment in land, and a host of others that are listed there. Okay, more than 4 areas. And here is the last example of what we found very interesting from the report. And this is highlighting the need for awareness creation. And financial service providers will say we're investing a lot in awareness creation. But the question is, what kind of messaging is being passed on to the target audience? Like to women, is the message correct? What kind of interface or channel are you putting the message through? Are they getting it? And timing. Is the message getting to them at the right time? And that's why we, having looked at many data sets, we have a great deal of confidence in the A2F survey reports, because if you look at the introductory part, you would see, for example, with the 2020 report, 5 languages. The interviews with almost 28,000 people was done in 5 languages. Now, applying that to this particular example, is it possible to tweak messaging to be language-based? Is that a better way to reach the heart of the recipient? You want to change behaviors? Because when it comes to changing behaviors, it's not just about the head, it's also about the heart. So, insights. What have we found? Many insights beyond the obvious of the numbers. Oh yes, there were country targets when it comes to savings, credit, insurance, pensions, and so on. Beyond that obvious, 3 points. Resilience driving. We know about the flood catastrophe of last year, 1.6 million people displaced, over 600 people lost their lives across the country in many states, and NEMA has said that there is a likelihood of that reoccurring in 2023. There was no safety net last year with regard to solutions like insurance. It goes beyond life, it includes health. How about income replacement for low-income women? Second insight, a significant number of people who are economically active don't care about formal financial services. And then there is lack of awareness. Attitudes and perceptions also need to be changed. And then the third one for us is, we've talked earlier on about the age group 18 to 25. Are we preparing the next generation to have the right engagement with financial services? Because the next generation is on the way. And we've talked about, we had a conversation earlier on today about the new requirement around social media accounts to be part of the information financial service providers know about consumers. So that's more information, right? But can we utilize that information plus the information that has brought us here today to better understand the next generation? So that's something which we're advocating. And lastly, talking about what we see as opportunities for improvement with regard to the report. A beautiful report, very informative and insightful. However, you would see on the top right-hand corner of the screen, there is something indicated there in orange. And we deliberately chose not to indicate it in red because the report is already doing well in having some data, gender disaggregated. We would like a bit more of that with regard to other products by product. So if that's already been done, so if I'm preempting the team, we would be excited to see, when you look at credit, how many women have access to credit? Savings, likewise. Agent locations as well, and so on. Then the 2 expressions you see in green speak to what we see as opportunities for enhancement or improvement. I will start with the one beneath gender disaggregated data by service, which is inclusion of supply-side women's leadership data. So one thing which we advocate for within Women's World Banking, and we have a lot of supporters and collaborators in the room. We've received a lot of support from Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation in this area on the supply side, is you want to provide products and solutions for women to take up, we are talking about approximately half of the population of adult persons in the country. From the A2F 2020, 106 million adults and approximately 50%, so 53 million are women. You want to provide products for them, but then in the engine room, you have a skew where the leadership is largely 70% and more men. That is an opportunity to optimize the innovativeness, the creativity around what kind of solutions would be prepared for the supply side, for the demand side. And then the last one is more investments in user experience is vital for growth. So many people talk about, channels and then the form factors like cards or going to the ATMs and mobile banking. But if the experience does not align with the expectations, the pain points, the aspirations of your target segment, women, for example, then your beautiful app will fail. And a number of solutions have seen this. So the 3 practical things we have done with the report are what you have within the blue hexagons. Starting from the top, we have looked at our strategic focus for Nigeria. And based on fact, we know that if we work with our partners in driving savings activation, not just account opening, we want them to open their account, yes, but we want them to use it productively with an understanding of all the things it can give to them. Also, availing credit is beyond the disbursement of loans that financial service providers are very experienced in doing, but it's also about looking at the entire cycle, from onboarding to management to collection and to returning them back as assets within the institution. Then the second thing we've done in practice is the commencement of bringing institutions together, despite being competitors, to go through a process of understanding how to drive savings and then to enhance specific products they have within their portfolio with the aim of being able to reach more women and get them to not only open accounts but also utilize those accounts to save very well, even if it's in small amounts. Because one thing which we all are aware of is trust is a challenge. Trust of financial service providers is a challenge, particularly for low-income women. But with the information we got from the A2F survey, we're able to work with groups of banks to design or redesign their savings programs to ensure that the entire package spoke to the women, and 4 institutions were part of that cohort that has already started getting customers onboarded and more deeply engaged. And then the last one is we had the privilege of course, working with EFINA and supporting the central bank in their development of the framework for advancing women's access to financial services in Nigeria, which is more like a blueprint now that financial institutions can reference in being very targeted and focused on specific areas that will move the needle of financial inclusion. So I would want to just summarize and finalize by saying that we consider the EFINA A2F report to be fair. And I'm sure all of us will agree with that. And fair, not just in the word itself, but what it stands for, is an acronym. And fair means factual or fundamental. That's the F. The A, authoritative or authentic. And the I, insightful. And the R, reliable. So we look forward to seeing the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. It's glad to see how well WWB is utilizing the A2F. Next is Chinasa Collins Obu. She heads the Inclusion for All initiative at Africa Practice, a financial inclusion advocacy hub that meant evidence-based advocacy campaigns informed by data to advocate for the removal of barriers that keep Nigeria's poor and vulnerable populations formally excluded. Over her 14-year career, she has worked within the private and social sectors where she has developed, implemented, and managed several programs to drive social development for low-income earners, youth, and women across West Africa. Welcome, Chinasa, to the podium.
Thank you, Nora. Good morning, everyone, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to reintroduce myself again. Thank you for the introduction. Let me say that I'm an empath and I'm passionate about fighting unfairness. And the reason I start with that introduction is because of the work that I do. And I realized when I started this job that it's beyond my passion and my empathy. What makes it even more meaningful and to drive the change that I would like to see is to have data. And that's why I'm here to talk about the work that I do and how data is a critical aspect of that. I don't know if anyone saw the tweet by a tech bro that we all know, where, and it's that tweet is down now, where he says that we're as included as we can be. So it was a recent event in Kigali, I think Rwanda. And my reaction was, how would he even say that? Is he trying to suggest that the work that we're doing does not exist? Because if we're as included as we can be, then obviously all our advocacy efforts and what the CBN is doing is basically unimportant, is what he suggested. But again, I don't know what data he was using, and this is why data is critical. So I'll just go through quickly what Inclusion for All is about and how we have used A2F. So Inclusion for All is, you can read all of that there, but what it is essentially is an advocacy platform that currently sits within an organization called Africa Practice. For some of you might know what that organization is. And what we're essentially trying to do is speak on behalf of the people that we care about, the poor and vulnerable groups in marginalized communities in Nigeria. We want to deepen the knowledge about the issues that they're faced with that keep them excluded from formal financial inclusion. And with that, also work with different actors within the ecosystem to overcome those barriers that keep them excluded. So, okay. And to start with why Inclusion for All exists, it's understanding what the big challenge is. And it comes under a broad theme of informality, which is what we believe drives exclusion in Nigeria. And if you look at that from a relevance perspective, so yes, it's one thing to have a big problem and you're trying to solve, but what's the magnitude of that problem in terms of the country in which you're in terms of the national relevance, in terms of the thematic focus, how relevant is this issue? And for us as an initiative, why it's also an important issue to pursue. So from a national relevance perspective, we know that informality is a big issue, and it's something that the government cares about, because if there's a huge informal sector, it then means that there's a lot of revenue that isn't being captured. From a financial inclusion landscape relevance point of view, we also, the reason that this issue is being driven is because there's a need to ensure that more people, there's a large number of people that remain excluded. What can we do to make sure that they don't remain excluded? And from an advocacy point of view, what we're also trying to do is lend our voice to the plight of these people that are excluded and to give them access to opportunities that help them live more enhanced lives. Next, please. And so I think Zeno did a fantastic job of doing an outline, so I'm following that, and you can sort of see to why we needed the A2F. We've established the big problem, and then bringing it to the key barrier that we want to overcome in terms of its relevance, again, to the nation and also for the financial inclusion landscape. So we prioritize identity, access to identification, formal identification, which is a very basic requirement for, if you know, opening a bank account, you need some form of identification to have a bank account. So it's critical and fundamental to financial inclusion. It's one of the key barriers to financial inclusion for the poor in Nigeria. And next slide, please. So identifying and prioritizing identification or lack of identity as an issue, we then asked ourselves a few questions. This is just a few of the questions that were asked, but sort of informs some of the insights that I'm going to walk you through. Is there a correlation between poverty and identity? Because again, the vast majority of people in the informal groups are likely to be poor people. And do we see a connection between lack of ID ownership and poverty levels? From a financial inclusion aspect, what is the correlation between having a bank account or being financially included and having ID? Then who are these people? Where are they? What's their income level? So gender and their access to ID. What's the linkage between ID ownership, gender, and level of poverty? Also, the linkage between gender, age, and ID ownership, education level, and ID, and a host of other factors that we believe would impact access to ID. And then going to the methodology. I'm not a data scientist, disclaimer, but this is essentially how we're able to refine the A2F data. And as they say, data is the new oil, but oil doesn't get useful or meaningful until you do something to it. So with the A2F data for the past 7 sets of a survey they had done, we're able to, first of all, extract to Google Cloud, and joins were made to create a single coherent data set. Basically, we just wanted to see a trend and to be able to see what the trend was saying over time, over a time series that the A2F surveys have been carried out. And they use that to create insights that sort of inform a lot of the work that we're now doing. Next slide, please. And so this is the interesting part. So first of all, the EFINA data, I know Tomi at the end of her presentation said A2F is not just a survey, and I agree with her. A2F is like the financial inclusion Bible. It's like quoting scripture. You look at, you're doing something and you say, okay, what does the A2F data say? And on the back of that is validating some of the things that we're seeing, what we're thinking, our hypotheses, etc. So establishing, first of all, that there isn't indeed a need for Nigerian adults to be financially included, because there's still a huge gap of people who are unbanked. Next slide, please. And over the years that the A2F survey has been done, there's still an increasing level of exclusion. So there's still people that are excluded. And then there's also a geographical divide where there's a north-south divide, where in the north there's more exclusion than in the south. And coming to the reason for our campaign, in terms of access to the kinds of documentation that's required to open a bank account that would determine whether you're included or excluded, there's a significant percentage of the unbanked adults that didn't have access to the right documentation. Yes, that includes a number of other things, but ID was one of those documentation requirements. Next slide. And so with all of that data, what we're able to do, and I think this is when people talk about triangulation and comparing data with other existing data sets, what we wanted to do in answering that question of the linkage between poverty and ID ownership was to first of all see using another reliable data, which is the World Bank Poverty Probability Index, to layer on from the A2F survey the respondents that don't have ID and see where they fall in terms of whether they're wealthy or poor. So if you look at the first half of the line where you have above poverty, the percentage of ID ownership increases, and as they go below the poverty line, the percentage of ID ownership decreases, and that essentially helps us establish that factual information that the poorer you are, the less likely you are to own ID, which then says that it's important that we actually speak on behalf of these people because they're less likely to have ID that gives them access to formal financial inclusion. And so beyond establishing that these people are poor people, who are they specifically? And analyzing the A2F data, we're able to identify the people that are likely to be more excluded, and they're women, dependents, traders, and agricultural workers, and also, rural communities. So yeah, so where they live and their gender and their source of livelihood. And we also found that in terms of opening a bank account, a lot of people noted that access to ID, the right kind of identification, was why they didn't have a bank account. Next, please. And so to the outcomes, what this did, and when I talk about A2F being the Bible, is because in the work that we do in terms of advocating and speaking to the right kinds of people and trying to achieve the change that we want, so we don't go just based on how we feel, we're going based on data, right? And saying that we know that this is what the situation is, but we also have data to back it up. We've used the EFINA data to have conversations with decision makers within the ID ecosystem. So for instance, we're able to establish a relationship with NIMSI, that's the National Identity Management Commission in Nigeria, in our quest to try and advocate for the ID issue amongst the populations we care about. And it was the strength of the A2F analysis that we did that gave us access and made them listen to us, because again, this was not just another group of people coming to speak out of passion. This was now speaking from a data standpoint, because everybody has feelings, everybody knows, has an idea, until you're able to convince them that this is why this is important. You have numbers to back it up. So that was the usefulness of data analysis of the A2F. And then in terms of targeted research areas, as we started to have these conversations with different players and actors, we're able to also then come up with interventions, if you like, or areas of study that we wanted to do like further deep dive on. And that was on the basis of existing data analysis from the A2F report. And so with that, it's pretty much formed the body of work that Inclusion for All has been doing, from trying to understand specifically with the groups of women that are traders, can we go into those communities and understand their nuanced challenges and what can be done, so that we can then also generate more insights that would guide policymakers in making more informed decisions, and financial service providers and others. Then it's substantiated and substantiated and guided informed reactions, and I'll explain that to you. So when we started our work and there's the announcement about the NINSIM ban, the first reaction was, who are the people that are likely to have been restricted making voice calls, and what does this mean for the groups that we care about? And even with that reaction, we had to reach out to EFINA to get some data to say, let's speak from a place of evidence, that we strongly believe that these are the groups that have been excluded, and this is what this decision would mean for them and how it can continue to exacerbate exclusion. And so in terms of how we've used the EFINA data, I think it's just an ongoing process. We continue to reach out to ask for data to corroborate our stance, our hypothesis, and to prove whether or not this is something that needs to be pursued. From a recommendations perspective, I think that we've been working hand in hand, and some of our recommendations, I've seen them incorporated in this next wave of surveys. So we wanted something on ID, I've seen that. Also, following the Naira redesign, wanted to see how that has impacted on the trust levels. We've seen that as well. So for us, beyond just the data evidence as well, what we also try to do is to humanize the data. So yes, you have the data and the statistics, but then it's still about human beings, real people. Then how can we tell their stories, and situating that next to data evidence. And so if we can see more of that, where people are humanizing the data beyond just the hard facts, and compellingly advocates for the removal of the barriers that keep poor people excluded. And on that note, I'd like to thank you and keep up the good work.
Thank you very much, Chinasa. Quickly would call on the next speaker, Mrs. Tabitha Chamboko. She's a data and analytics specialist with FinMac Trust. Tabitha holds a master's degree in financial risk management, a BSc honors in economics, and a certificate in microfinance. She has also been the project lead in the implementation of the 2022 Zimbabwe FinScope Consumer Survey. She's been involved in stakeholder engagement, external capacity building, questionnaire design, survey management, data cleaning, data analysis, remote technical support on quality standards to field implementations and report writing. Tabitha has a great interest in development finance, particularly on the nexus between financial sector development and economic growth. Over to you, Tabitha.
I don't know what to do. If you see me panic, Nora whispered something to me. She said, I have 2 minutes. So I don't know what to do, whether to say, maybe should we break or I can continue? Okay. So thank you, Nora, for the introduction. And good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be participating as one of the panelists on this important event of demonstrating the power of access to finance.
Produces actionable insights with
million unbanked consumers are expected to adopt the rapid payment. Where did they get the number? From the surveys. Another example, which the second example is Central Bank of Zimbabwe or Reserve Bank. They also use the data to also provide insights into the programs, and they have established Women's Economic Bank, mainly to cater for women's needs, especially those in business and those that want to start business. They've also established a collateral registry, and it was operationalized beginning of 2023, mainly to improve women's access to credit and finance due to their lack of collateral when accessing loans. So this collateral registry would be accepting movable assets that women usually own, like household items or farm produce, among others. And the last example, same with Malawi, they also use the data in designing projects aimed at supporting increased financial inclusion. They also used MSME survey. The result from the survey shows that there is low access of finance, especially among the women and youth. So through the World Bank, the central bank started the Financial Inclusion and Entrepreneurship Scaling Project with the aim to increase access to financial services, promote entrepreneurship and capabilities. I think let me end here. The next slide shows some of the clips from the media. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tabitha. I apologize for putting you. All right, so our last speaker is joining us online. Her name is Avisha Singh. She's an independent consumer strategist with 25 years experience in retail banking, financial services. She has specialized in evidence-based consumer-centric strategy, applying techniques such as segmentation and profiling, data synthesis, and narratives. She has led the customer work stream on several digital transformation and innovation projects sponsored at CEO level, and is a certified customer journey and user experience practitioner. Her clients include major financial institutions, CGAP, and the World Savings Bank. She has also assisted the Colombian Conduct Authority to develop a new demand-side survey. Avisha is currently working on a gender equality project for CGAP, advocating for disaggregated supply-side data, all of which she states could not have been possible without the support of demand-side research and a long-standing relationship with FinScope. Over to you, Avisha.
Very much for the introduction. And I just want to find out if I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Wonderful. the operational capabilities to deliver that solution into the market, and of course, will it make money? This technique is probably how the fintech startups operate, but unlike bigger incumbents and legacy financial institutions, they can do this much faster and in iterative stages. Well, that is until they too require external funding and a quantified business model is required. So if we can move on to the next slide. Well, the bigger providers, and certainly the more agile fintechs, may not be performing all these strategy analyses in totality, nor in the sequence depicted from 1 to 7. Demand-side research is essential throughout this process. On the right-hand side, I just used an old Ainsworth matrix to just articulate that with financial services having become so commoditized, I believe one of my fellow panelists spoke of the blue ocean and green ocean. Financial services is most definitely operating in the red ocean. It is a crowded space. Most incumbents, therefore, find themselves typically playing in what you can see in the gray and blue blocks, tweaking existing products either for the same market or positioning them in new markets where resonance can be found. Even if a provider is embarking on the build, test, learn, agile methodology, if they do not understand the consumer market, the product market fit can be flawed. Simply said, what we think we knew about the customer turns out to be something of a solution that they didn't ask for, didn't want, but we spend money in developing it. This is also probably a game where fintechs are winning. Being resource scarce, they cannot afford to get this step wrong. So the focus typically is naturally built in as a customer-centric methodology. On to the next slide. So what are the real-life examples using demand-side research? As already alluded to on the next slide, the answer depends on how well the FSPs, the providers, are leveraging this. It becomes more valuable when compared with internal analytics, the term triangulation being used quite frequently in our discussion thus far. And when it's applied to a segmentation model. The resultant insights and analytics is not only for new design, but effective operational fixes and course correction are made possible, reading it from left to right. In this way, the KPIs and tracking can indeed be done at a customer level without massive investment in IT spend or data systems and expensive independent commissioned research. When we followed this process in my previous role, we were able to deliver 3 solutions that stand out to me. One was a geospatial sales toolkit to set fair targets based on the demographics and the customer base at a branch level. If I might have the slide back. And another was a basic transactional account, incentivizing savings, which doesn't sound very novel, but at the time it was, because we needed to compete with a smaller incumbent who is now owning the biggest market share in the country. What this brought about was an incentivized saving, but is still today the most affordable bank account in that organization. A third was a very innovative at the time, yours, mine, ours family banking account, which was targeted for households, which a competitor took to market more effectively. In all of these, I use a combination of internal analytics from the customer base. I'm sorry, I'm not seeing the slide, so I'm not, thank you very much. A combination of internal analytics. I used the Bureau of Market Research, not too dissimilar to, I think one of my colleagues has already mentioned, income and expenditure surveys, which roll up to the national, and then also FinScope data from the demand side. What this allowed us to do was see that 360 view we've been speaking of. And my point with this is tangible solutions were delivered into the market as a result of this type of work. And the next slide, I think in the interest of time, I'll just quickly gloss over this to articulate what some of the triangulation work I've been asked to speak about on the next slide. What it does is simply depicts the work that I'm currently doing and have done with CGAP. Perhaps there's one more slide down. It's part of the journey that we're on to work on more outcomes-based indicators. And what we're seeing is by using the three types of data, being the supply side, the demand side, and submissions to authorities, we're able to create quantitative outcomes-based indicators for both consumer protection and the conduct authority. I would love for you to see that slide, but perhaps we can move on to the final one and I can close out. So the tangible evidence of this method is what we tested in a pilot study in both South Africa and then a case study in Uganda. Jabulani from FinPark Trust will remember my piece for the FinScope data in both instances. If I might have that slide up, we'll just wait for a second. Because what is important is how very much aligned many of us are in terms of the process of this testing the premises on moving to more customer-centric measures. So what I can say in the meantime is the test in South Africa, 19 out of our top 20 indicators that we proposed were indeed, thank you very much, were indeed adopted by the FSCA, our conduct authority. And having conducted both the tests in both South Africa and Kampala, I found the Ugandan experience to be a lot more profound on our impact on financial inclusion, due to the willingness of both the bank, the retail bank that had developed a product geared for financial inclusion and encouraging digital usage on lower cost channels, as well as the very strong involvement of the Bank of Uganda that had already set its targets with youth and women in their national financial inclusion strategy, having used FinScope. So this made my life a lot easier to work once again on real life supply side data and demand side data to produce the customer outcomes indicators. And also the Ugandan test was done after South Africa, so we benefited from the learning, the can-do betters. So the Scale to Save project under the World Savings Bank is what commissioned this. And once again, using the combination of these types of data, the indicators that we were not actively searching for gender gaps, the indicators threw this out. And what was quite encouraging is that the bank acted almost real time because of the iterative process they were working. It was still a prototype in the market. They were able to make the changes immediately, address some of the gaps, and this is going to come to no surprise to any of us in the room. The product was actually designed to incentivize savings, and of course, based on the analytics and this data, women were actually deriving these benefits from an interest perspective and better pricing, staying within bundle, using the product for what it was meant for. So they were deriving better results. Had we looked at this at an aggregate level, it would have looked like the product wasn't working because of the law of averages. But separating men and women in different age groups, women were actually better savers, better transactors, but the gender gap happened with the progression. So what was interesting for me was finding this through the data. On that note, I will close out on a request. I was asked to articulate 3 types of progress that we would like to see happen for financial inclusion in the world of data. So certainly, better gender disaggregated data from both supply and demand side, which has already been spoken of in quite a bit of detail. I think we've already mentioned this, but I will reiterate it from my post and as an FSP strategist, now as working in this world, which I'm very privileged to be doing. better collaboration with all role players. We've got enough case studies being done to go that when the ecosystem role players that now should include digital and mobile data, there's where we can see the cross-section of this work happen. Even if it's not happening at a data level, that we are growing towards that. This concept of not technically triangulation, but collaboration is most important. And it also would allow us finally to simultaneously move from our indicators that speak to access and usage, which are becoming more and more advanced because that has been our predominant focus, and move into an emphasis on quality customer experience and potentially join these threads into financial health and resilience. On a closing note, as practitioners, we must never lean into confirmation bias or cognitive biases. This is why research, data analytics can and will change the world. Finally, my African bias notwithstanding, having this recent experience of seeing Latin America, Asia, with my work with CGAP and World Savings Bank, I can unequivocally say it's an objective observation that we have made phenomenal progress in research on this continent, thanks to the contributors, in large part sitting in this room. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Avisha, and thank you everyone for listening in. I actually know that we've heard so much. There's been so much data talk going around. But as part of our agenda, before we go for a tea break and go into our sessions, I would rather the panel session becomes like a question and answer session, or we just take kind of feedback from the audience and we respond to that, right? So can I just invite the panelists, Mr. Zino, Chinasa, Tabitha, can I just... So we just take question and answers, feedback, what stands out for us. I'll just take anything from the audience before I ask them specific questions if need be. Do we have a mic in the room?
Find out what was the outcome of that engagement, because in this sector, identification, like you identified, is a major challenge for the target audience. And without that, there's so much that we can do in financial services. So how was that engagement? Because I know that we have also, especially because I know that when this thing just came about, there were all sorts of challenges. You go to the various centers, they will tell you there's no power supply, and then some of them actually started making businesses out of, I mean, it's almost like they're doing you a favor before you're getting your NIMSI. So my question is, how was that engagement? What hopes do we have that getting people to be identified, something that rightfully belongs to you will be easier, especially because these guys, with or without it, they'll carry on with their lives. The process is a bit frustrating. I just want to be sure that at the end of the day, we're getting the right kind of support in that regard. My name is Nikki Abajomo.
Okay, thank you very much for that question. To answer your question directly, how was the engagement? I believe it was a successful one, being that we had NIMSI's ears, And because, again, we were coming to the table with evidence, there was facts to say that these are the issues that we think that would are causing people not to enroll for ID. So we had also, and what we suspected based on the EFINA data analysis, but more importantly, what we're also able to do was to suggest to NIMSI, or to propose to them, conducting a supply side understanding of the issues in terms of how do people get their names, and the people that go to enroll these people, are they even incentivized enough to go to the communities that we care about, to the hard to reach communities, so that the people that are likely to be excluded from owning ID actually have the chance of being included beyond their own issues, which is the demand side issue. So that engagement was NIMSI giving us approval to conduct a targeted survey on their front-end enrollment partners, where we're able to speak to them and get an understanding of what the challenges are with enrolling people generally across urban and rural communities, and more so the rural communities. And the findings from that study was clear that our hypothesis about them being incentivized enough was actually a challenge. In terms of the remuneration structure and how they're incentivized, it was clear that there was no real motivation to go into these communities, and they would rather go to communities where they stand a chance to make more money. So NIMSI has taken that feedback on board, because it also validated some of the feedback they had been receiving from the front-end enrollment partners in their engagements. So in terms of NIMSI's posture and openness to doing something about it, I think that they are committed to trying to make a change and do what's right in terms of what the challenges are and what we've identified as some of the issues. So I would say that our engagements so far have been successful and meaningful, because they are compelled to act and they're doing something about it. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you very much. Can we take any other question, particularly from persons who have, worked with the A2F or attempted to use the A2F or intend to? You heard so many things. What stands out for you in terms of what you think you want to use the A2F for, but maybe you have some questions around that? Thank you. I can see a hand up. Michael, thank you.
Hi, good morning. First of all, thank you to EFINA and the partners for putting this together. My name is Michael Famaroti. I am the head of intelligence at STAIRS, and I have just two very quick questions on the usage of the survey data. So the first is, you emphasize the longitudinal nature of it, which is a big selling point. I'd just like to hear a bit more, either from yourself or from the people who've used the data, some actual use cases of how you've leveraged that particular feature of the data set. Second question is, thank you very much for showing some of the case studies of how the data has or is being used. But I noticed this subtext of more can be done, and I would like to get your perspectives on what sorts of analysis that you think that we aren't doing so far that you see or would hope to see in the coming years. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for that question. With regard to what more can be done, like we have been discussing, and like I had earlier said, the A2F survey data keeps getting better, keeps getting richer. There's more information there. However, one thing which stood out was the gender disaggregation piece. That is being paid attention to, but if that can also be provided by product. So at a high level, we know that, okay, this is the proportion of women who are excluded, this is the proportion of men who are excluded. However, let's now break it down a bit further. So I indicated that I'm looking forward to seeing the latest data, because that might have been taken into consideration. But if we have an idea that when it comes to insurance, this is the level of inclusion. When it comes to credit, investments, and I love the fact that capital markets are being incorporated into the results this time around. Pensions, same thing. That would be helpful in leveraging our approach to reaching out to these women through our financial service provider partners to onboard them. That would enable us establish a connection between what we have found in our interactions with them and the solutions to focus on in order to achieve impact at scale. Because we also recognize you can't do everything all at once, but you can decide on which particular financial service to focus on to include more women, and then once they're included, get them more engaged, and you have an opportunity for cross-selling as well, so that they're exposed to other beneficial solutions that will give them the kind of resilience that we know is needed by the segment. So that's what I meant by more that could be done. There's always opportunity for improvement. As we also heard, the team had responded to comments or requests or observations from the capital segment, from the capital sector regarding, let's talk about investments. Let us also democratize it and have more people get into formal financial services through that as well. So I hope that sheds light on what I meant about what more could be improved.
Yeah, Dan. So I would like to see if you can go beyond the additional data that can be obtained and speak more on the insights that you would like to draw, the analytics, analysis, and so on. So that was what the question focused on.
Okay. What I'll say to that, and I would also love to hear from the other panelists, and of course we have Dr. Tommy here, is, like I had mentioned earlier, beyond the obvious numbers, the headline numbers, we are particularly interested in what's behind the numbers, what is prompting the behavior, right? So when looking at the report, and we encourage other practitioners to do likewise, yes, you see the way the report starts. I'm speaking particularly about the 2020 report that gives you the summary, number of adults and number who have access to mobile phones and so on. Go to the section that talks about the responses of the audience to savings, to the different products. Why are they not utilizing these solutions? Some of it is, like I said, I don't care. There's apathy. There is lack of awareness of the solution. And as has been mentioned during the presentation so far, we've also seen situations whereby there is a problem with the underbanked. So the underbanked are persons who, they're in the system, but they're not busy, right? So their habits continue in their comfort zones of being out of formal financial services. There's a whole lot more they can do within the system. So I would encourage that we look at other sections in the report that speak to the why and how are they engaging. So I loved the fact that there's also going to be this geospatial approach to it, whereby you know where the access points are. That could be part of the reason why people are not as engaged as they should be. So what we have done is to go beyond the obvious, beyond the headline numbers, and look at the sections of the report that just give us an indication of the route. What are the goals that they have? Because based on that information, product enhancement and development would improve and will be more targeted in order to get us the results we want.
Thank you very much, Zino. Before I come back to, okay, let me just go around the room.
Sorry, if I could just respond to the gentleman from stairs. I think there are things that you can find out from the report that EFINA produces, and then there's this wealth of information in the actual data. And so from the foundation's perspective, we've looked at that data, and if we just take the issue of trust, from the data, you begin to see the level of trust that respondents place on different types of providers. That's not in the report. So you see things like people that are excluded saying that they trust bank brands more than telco brands, etc. From the data and the wealth of information in that data, you can even begin to see the kinds of handsets that people have, because that is asked. So there is the report that you will see on the EFINA website, and I think that's part of the reason why we've gathered people here, is that this data is now available for free on their website going back 15 years, you know, and so you can begin to do a lot more insights that you can then share with EFINA, or that can then prompt them, you know, to come up with different initiatives. And I hope that answers it a lot more. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tunji Andrews. I wanted to ask, to the question of the why, I'm hoping that there will be a chance to find nuance into use cases of some digital products. I'm specifically speaking to the offline digital methods, specifically POS terminals. POS terminals are such a unique conversation in Nigeria because of the fact that there's conversations of inclusion in Ghana is over 90%, and that's because of mobile money. The nuance to Nigeria is that more people use POS terminals as the way Ghana uses mobile money. Also, POS terminals mean that interaction between two people can happen without one of them necessarily having a bank account. So the conversation of nuance to POS use, is it in the report, or will it be put into the report going forward? Because I mean, generally that will help service providers like us be able to better, you know, create our services for them. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Before I take, the next comment, I think that's very important. And just to highlight that from the comments that we've heard, really that's why we are here. Because to us, there's a limit to what we can do in terms of, you know, analyzing the data. The initial reports provides general information to the industry. But we want to know what, as a provider, right, we want to know what your interest is, particularly in the data, and then work with you or collaborate in terms of providing those insights. And I think that's why we're here. So in terms of POS, as a payment channel or transfer channel, we have that included. And I think one thing that we would take going forward is, you know, highlighting those use cases. We are very much happy to collaborate. If that's something that stands out in a particular subsector, we are happy to collaborate in terms of highlighting what that use case is and how we can, you know, generate data to show, you know, what's happening in that space and hopefully drive policy changes or product changes around that. So thank you very much. No.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to add, sorry, my name is Funwa, Unity Bank. Just to add to what the gentleman just mentioned, we see that there's a lot of fixation on mobile money. It's not a problem, but you need to understand, in line with what he said, in addition to looking at POS volumes, you also need to look at two other variables in Nigeria to understand financial inclusion. Number one is those things they call tier 1 accounts. People don't open mobile money accounts because they have tier 1, which does effectively the same thing. And then secondly, you also need to look at USSD transactions. It's amazing that one of the best kept secrets, that 6 out of every 10 transactions in the industry, NABES would give you this, is USSD. People do transfers. In fact, almost half of the sales of the telcos on airtime comes from people dialing star this, that. So those are 3 important variables that we think you should also look at as part of this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So, just to go to your point, what we have in the questionnaire could be 1 or 2 questions on payment channels. But what you can then see is, because of, you know, all the other questions, we can then take that one question and disaggregate further and look at that one, you know, payment channel for different groups in terms of what is it being used for, what's driving the uptake, you know. So that is also another use case. I mean, from a provider, they want to understand how that is happening, why it is happening, and I think we will be happy to you know, dig into that when we have the data set. Sorry, Mr. Let me take this.
Thank you. I was just wondering, more of reflection. When Dr. Mosele was presenting, you said, and I was just looking at 2008 to 2014, we doubled financial inclusion. Between 2014 and 2020, we've been flat. is there anything from the data that can illuminate why suddenly we double in 6 years and we have been moving like an elephant 6 years after? What's the insight? And I do know that data is not everything. There are also things, not everything that counts can be counted. Are there other things that are not countable that may be responsible for this? Is there anything that the research could do about it? The second thing which I'm just curious about is the Ghana, truly, hearing this 90% or someone even say 97% former financial inclusion in Ghana is like, God, what happened to us here? What exactly is the context difference? And at policy level, are we restricting, is this a true case that we are restricting the telcos in Nigeria? And if the telcos are here, I hope some of them are here, what difference have they made? Why are they not making that difference? What is the issue? Because the regulator will say they are there now. What exactly is Ghana doing that they cannot do here? Is it a POS problem? I think that's a very important perspective, because we need to put this clearly on the table. If we don't define the problem correctly, we'll continue to move in this 1, 2, 3, I think about 1.5% growth every 2 years. And we will not solve this issue of former financial inclusion. I don't know where the issues are. Can the research help to answer some of those questions? Thank you.
I'll just try to answer the first question. What could have happened that maybe in the first 5 years, maybe financial inclusion have doubled and now it's sort of flattening? So what we look at when we check in the data is to say what has been introduced in terms of the products. Could it be that maybe the POS, USSD points were introduced maybe in between maybe 2008 or 2010? Maybe that's where we see that trend, that huge gap. In other markets where there was the introduction of mobile money, then we see that huge shift. So it depends on what was happening in a particular market that can drive those changes. So if there is less of what is happening in a certain market, then the trends are likely to sort of flatten or just a percentage increase or decrease.
So does it mean the innovations of 2008 are matured and nothing is working again?
I don't think we can say everything has matured when we're still at 50% financial inclusion or 60% financial inclusion. We can start talking about maturity when we reach around 90% somewhere.
Just to lend to that point. So I think number one would be that the telcos got into the game later. So I would say maybe in Ghana they got in earlier. PSBs have just recently been licensed. So I'm hoping that once they start operations, we will start to see that jump again, because as she said, is the introduction of innovative products. During the period that we flattened, what innovative products did we then add on? I'm not sure we added a lot. Then one nuance that I also normally feel is this issue of economic growth. You know, I would say during that period too, we had a flat or declining economic growth. And one of the main reasons people don't have, you know, a bank account or are financial included is that they don't have income. So if more people are going into poverty, then in fact, the fact that we flattened is actually progress as opposed to regressing, you know. So those are some of the things I would say.
So I'm talking a little too much. Apologies. But I really just want to speak to the two operators at the back of the room and the issue around POS or over the counter, right? And take two data points, December 2022 and March 2023, and quote the figures of a particular payment service bank that has audited accounts, right? So this is in the public space. December 2022, they are quoted as having 14.9 million, what they call active fintech users. And then March 2023, it halves, 7.4 million. And I say this because it's great that we have use of POSs, but that's not inclusion. When we are confronted by a scarcity of cash, and therefore, no matter how many agents you have, people are still suffering. And so for financial service providers, you know, the answer has to be getting people to open wallets or tier 1 accounts and getting them comfortable transacting digitally, you know. And so I just wanted to say, like, POS are important, but we need to do more. Yeah.
Just to thank you very much, Abby. Just to add to that, like what she said, we know what's going on with the inflation and, you know, increase in the petrol and all. So the number of accounts have even reduced. People don't even. We're trying to include people, and what Mr. Lawson said, I hope we're not going to have that decline with what is going on today, because we're driving financial inclusion. We want more people to be out there. But the reality is hitting us. You and I know what we're going through, not to talk about those people in those areas. How are we going to get to those places? How are we going to get them? The little that they had, the 100 naira they wanted to start saving, 200 naira now becomes, the 100 naira might be just 10 kobo in their eyes. So how are we going to do that? So these are some, you know, I mean, troubling issues for us, something we have to ponder on. Inclusion is very important, but we have to also look at it. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yeah, my name is Kwazim. I represent social lender. Data is life. So says an advert. But the kind of data that they are referring to is quite different from what we are discussing here. But if you look at what we are discussing here, it is also a life of any business. Because if you have that data, you can manipulate it anyway to make sure that it brings life into your business. But I want to go in a different direction. And because I've been on the field, I've been a partner to EFINA's since 2010, when mobile money started. I was with First Bank at that time. So, but now I have moved around. I'm now with a fintech. I work in the interland. I meet with the kind of people that we are talking about here. And I can tell you, if you ask 20,000 of them, how many of them wants to get a loan? I can tell you 19,500 will say, yes, I want to get a loan. But out of that 19,500, I can tell you also that 10,000 of them will see that loan as a national cake or maybe a grant or something. So they are not thinking about how to pay back. So from my own microscopic experience, we are looking at finding a way to insure some of those loans. And then in terms of financial inclusion, I want to believe we are not focusing only on banks. We are also looking at insurance companies. They are not helping the bank to help these people that we want to help. Because if you cannot guarantee a loan that I want to give, there is possibility that if there is a default along the line, my money is lost as as a company. So, but if you look at the percentage of people that are paying back the loan, is higher than those that are defaulting. So they are just looking at the narrow percentage that are not paying back to now deny the fact that they need to now start insuring all those loans that is being given out. So I want a situation whereby there will be a research into putting insurance company into this whole data that we are gathering, so that if I want to give out loans, I know those companies that is willing to partner with me to make sure that I can give as many loans as possible to the people that I want to cover.
Okay, thank you very much for that feedback and for the feedbacks that we've gotten from the room so far. We still have a few hands, so maybe we'll just take one last round. But I wanted to just give a feedback to what Mr. Olu said and some of the contributions from the room so far. You know, from the conversations that we've had, one thing I've mentioned is that finance is a means to an end. When you look at some of these other countries, what you see is that you don't just see increase in financial formal inclusion. You also see that these other, you know, areas of depth of inclusion are also progressing. So things like credit, things like insurance, things like pension. So there is finance actually improving lives, right? And so people have a reason to actually take up financial services. And I think that's another reason why we're in this room today, is to push us to the point where we're not just, like Abby mentioned, we're not just interested in POS uses or, you know, people making payments. We really want to see a situation where people can use finance to improve their livelihood. So those linkages with things like how do we design, you know, finance for clean energy, finance for education, finance for health. We want to hear some of those conversations, because, and then back to your conversation, your comments are, one of the reasons why we don't see some of those things is because really people don't understand the market. They don't really understand who, who is this person, you know. So, and that's why this data is here, and that's why we're trying to get you to think about how do you use the data to even really understand, profile, segment, target, message. So it's a whole lot of package that we can get out of this data. We are fully aware it can also not be done on its own, but it really has the potential to be a starting point for you to serve the market. I think Avisha mentioned this. We are aware nobody just wants to serve, you know, the underbanked or the underserved. It has to be profitable, sustainable over a period of time. But that comes first, even in terms of designing to serve them through innovation, still begins with first understanding the customer. And I think that's one rich thing that the A2F, you know, provides to, to those of us in the room. So I'm just going to take one question, okay, four, and then we're done. Okay, I promised you last.
Okay, my name is Abdulaziz from Isusu Africa. So I would like to ask if the report accommodates the non-interest financial sector, because today we have like 5 non-interest financial institutions. That's them across the banking, then insurance, and investments. So are there learnings from that particular sector as to how these customers subscribe to these services across that sector? Then secondly, I would also like to, from where the space we play, we work with these informal financial providers, so such as savings and credit cooperatives, non-bank microfinance institutions, and local thrift collectors. They work a lot with these, unbanked customers. So is there any kind of insight that we can get engaging with these informal financial service providers with the report?
Yes, so we have, and I think when you go into your breakout session, please take some time to look at the questionnaire. We have a section on QF, quality of financial services, and one of the providers that we actually list there is a non-interest and financial service providers, and for them, we capture information around what kind of accounts do you have with them, when was the account open. So if there's also been uptake in the last 6 months, 12 months, we can see what the uptake has been, by who, for what reason, what kind of services are they taking up, what kind of digital services are they using from that provider if they are. So we do have information on that. And also on the informal side as well, there's information around what is being used,
who has access to that, who is using that, and for what, and why do they want to use those providers. But I would also ask of you, we need feedback as you go through the questionnaire. If there are key questions, in that space that you think, or key terminologies, because sometimes that could also be the thing that changes. Maybe you want to say this term, this is what our users understand it to be, this is how we, so please highlight that to us. We can make those changes right now. So can I come to you, sir? The mic is over there.
Okay. Hi, my name is Damola Oloko. I work with AXA. And so yeah, interesting point that he mentioned. Because I was in my mind, I was asking myself, when we're talking about financial inclusion, right? Are we talking about wallets, bank accounts? Because it's beyond that, right? So if you look at insurance, so when the breadwinner passes and that person has an insurance, that lump sum that goes back to the family keeps them afloat and not ensuring that they don't fall back into poverty, right? So that is key, right? How are we, working with insurance players, for example, having those kind of co-creating products, for example, understanding your market, creating products, micro-insurance products, for example, putting them within your own ecosystem, because risk faces everyone. And the truth of the matter is that some of these customers they handle risk one way, right? So we're just saying that insurance is a better way to handle that, because you are paying a small amount, and then when it happens, you are cushioned by that effect. Now, in terms of the lending space, right? So this is something that we do around micro insurance. Speaking to his comment, beyond just the credit life insurance, right? So we have a product that we call an enhanced credit life. So beyond just paying back the loan in an event of maybe passes, or there's critical illness, or permanent disability, but when the customer is hospitalized, for example, right? Talking to people who earn on a daily, the informal sector, the product can actually pay back the loan, right? When there's a loss of job, it can pay back the loan. So that's going beyond what is in the conventional. But my own challenge is, and we do that currently with microfinance institutions. My own challenge is, even across talking around financial inclusion, how are we ensuring that insurance, for example, is part of that conversation, because it's important. Embedding it, or some way creating, because you have the data, you have the customers. How can you help them to, maintain their lifestyle? Keep them from falling back into poverty. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, all. My name is Ayo Oladimeji. I want to congratulate EFINA for the progress made. I would propose that this is probably going to be your most important survey since the start of the A2F series, because of a lot of expectations around and awareness around the use of data. So you have your work cut out. I have a number of questions and observations. So maybe I'll start with my observations. True, relates to what Ms. Lawson spoke to earlier on. So there's this question we normally ask in practice, and I've been a huge beneficiary of the A2F reports, because in making capital allocation decisions across like 3-4 organizations where I've had work experience over the last 10 years or so, A2F has been a huge contributing input. So yeah, the report is certainly useful, and I completely agree with Zeno's fair landing point. In saying that there is a clear correlation between financial inclusion and national productivity, and we may not be overtly optimistic about a huge jump in the inclusion numbers, because we will see the impact of COVID plus the things that have happened after COVID in this upcoming survey, talking about preparing our minds for surprises. I think that's one observation. The second observation is the fact that data is useful to the extent to which you put it, right? And that it does seem like the most important area of need from the signals in the room is how to help us make better use of the data. That then takes me to the question, which is number one, in terms of, because I feel like research is useful for policy and practice, right? From a policy standpoint, will EFINA continue? I know EFINA used to. I've not followed recently to determine whether that is still obtainable. Do you intend to continue to engage policymakers at the macro level to ensure that some of the insights from the survey reflects in our national policy making initiatives? Not government per se now, but I've come to also realize that in getting government to do great things, there's certain organizations that are government backed that are very forward thinking, and you would find use with working with such organizations. I know there's this slew of development banks, for example, that are now interested in making capital available for frontier market providers, pushing out innovation. So policy influence, to what extent will EFINA take that on? Two is regarding practice. There's a need to collaborate at the industry level, whether in terms of mature growth stage or early stage businesses, to make the most of the data and the insights that are coming out of this effort. Back in the days, we used to have like technical committee. A lot of the policies that we enjoy today came out of such conversations, and it does seem like we need a bit of that to be able to build a set of practices and capabilities at the institutional level to help us make use of financial data. In my personal experience, I find that part of the limitation has to do with the fact that you have to understand banking and financial services to an extent. You have to understand consumer behavior, you have to understand policy, economics, and then you have to deal with the data. So you're sort of having to draw on different skill sets in order to be able to move forward. So how can you help working with your development partners? The third question relates to access to credit. And I haven't looked at the detailed survey questionnaire, but from EFINA's standpoint, I want to assume that all initiatives, all products, all financial solution types are welcome, but some are more important than others. So without drawing you into the competitive space where you have to choose what is important to you, can you signal to us maybe your top 3 preferred product outcomes? And it may not be you, maybe it's for the Women's World Banking, for CGAP, to say in the next 3 to 5 years, we would like to see a world in which this is, on the back of the insights. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Very fine questions, and I got pretty excited when Damola, you spoke about insurance, because it's something which we even saw in Dr. Eremosele's presentation. Between 2008 and 2020, only 1 percentage point differential in growth. So 2008, 1% inclusion for insurance. 2020, 2%. So that's a huge opportunity. And what we've done, looking at this data in the A2F report, is to continue to refine our proposition in Women's World Banking with regard to microinsurance. So for over 10 years, we've been working with financial service provider partners in multiple countries to look at their own unique situation in their geography. Based on that, now design a microinsurance solution that is affordable to the target segment, low-income women and women-led MSMEs. Countries like Morocco, Jordan, Egypt, Uganda, and even now Nigeria, partnering with the right institutions, because if you want to reach a certain segment, now we want to reach women, we would look at those institutions that have a large portfolio of women customers and who are also focused on women's financial inclusion. And financial inclusion includes insurance, as well as the usual suspects, savings and credit. And then it also includes investments, as was mentioned earlier on today. It includes pension. And one of our network members in Ghana is People's Pension Trust. Because pensions without being formally employed is like a gray area, right? So coming back to insurance, we are willing to continue partnering. And by the way, we did partner with AXA in Egypt, right? So we're very interested in understanding the market, leveraging what the research tells us, and then doing research on your own portfolio to really understand what nuances, what tweaks need to be done on that insurance product. And typically what we do is we bundle it with another product like savings. We bundle with savings. And there are options. It could be opt-in, voluntary. It could be compulsory as a product feature. Maybe it's target savings. So there are different things we could ideate on, but the bottom line is, number one, we recognize it as a financial service. That is very important for resilience. So we talked about the flood of last year. We're in June already, and according to NEMA, something is going to happen this year, but we always hope for the best. But we recognize that there is a need for a safety net, and one of the foremost safety nets is insurance.
Sorry, just to add to that as well. And I know that when we talk about financial inclusion, we're saying it's beyond opening bank accounts and the basic banking transactions. But I think we also need to go back to the people that we're targeting and what their actual need is. And just based on like our own studies, nobody comes up with saying that this is insurance just never comes up. Not that it's not important, but the stage of life where they're at and what their need is, that's just not what comes up at all. And so for me, the roots typically, I think we're probably talking about underbanked people. The roots would be the basic stuff. Let's even solve what is their fundamental ask. What do they need at this point in time? And then layer on all those other things that we believe will be useful to them, because they can't even understand that to start with until you solve what's basic to them. Just, yeah.
Okay, I think just to add on what my colleagues were saying, there was a mention to say, why are we sort of focusing on bank or mobile money or something, but just to say those are sort of first tier products. They sort of give the rails, because for one to get credit, you also need a digital footprint. Right, so those products that we sort of say we push for access, they give us the rails, the platform for someone to have. If it's credit, you now have a digital footprint, whether you're informally employed or you're self-employed, right? But if you transact more digitally, when you want credit from the service providers, right, it's easy to show your business case to say, I've been doing this, generating this much. But if you don't have a bank account, maybe just doing cash transaction, how are the lenders going to know that your business is profitable? So that's why we also push for bank accounts and mobile money, so that there is that track when you want credit, which is now the second product. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Just to add on to like what's first here. So I hear you that it's true that people have a need and they want it immediately, and so we should address that. But also sometimes I always think about when you look at the advancements in technology. If they ask people 100 years ago, do you need a laptop or do you need a phone? Nobody will say yes, because they don't know. So some of the things we did when I was in Action about insurance is that we bundled it with loans, actually. So that you bundle it, because they want the loan, you bundle that insurance. And then when something happened, like unfortunately the Balogun market got burnt, most of our clients got money back to then not only to repay the loan, but to stock up there. And so some people now actually started taking loans because they wanted the insurance. So sometimes those are some of the innovation. I just feel that even if people don't want it, you need to introduce it, because it could really help. They don't know what's obtained, so that's one way to start them off.
Thank you very much. So before I go to the last two questions, maybe just to add to your question around what are the things that we want to see. I think, just to add to this conversation, is the first thing is that people have an account. That can be a bank account or a wallet, but we want to see those numbers increase. We're not, as EFINA, we're not, as long as it's a formal account, we're interested in that, whether it's mobile money or wallet or a bank account, we're interested in that. And the second thing is this other layer of deepening inclusion, credit, insurance, and pension. I think those are the areas that, and the products might vary, but those are the 4 things: account opening, credit, insurance, and pension. Those are the 4 key areas that we will be jumping on. And in terms of also building wealth, accumulating wealth, savings, and we understand where the capital market comes into play, for that as well. And that's why we are starting to include more information around that, so that we too can better understand that space and strengthen that. Okay, 2 more.
All right, thanks. My name is Olumide, and I'm an operator. Thanks for EFINA. I've relied on our data for quite a while. So I think it was Chinasa that mentioned that a tech bro mentioned that I think I understand why, and it is from the angle that the 2 ladies landed some minutes ago about poverty rate in Nigeria, right? Which really is that at the rate that we are currently in terms of poverty, it's difficult actually improving the level of inclusion. And I think one way to approach this issue is, can we begin to gather data on commerce in geographies that we get data from? And I think that's the only way basically to help to improve inclusion, because if there's no money, right, account opening becomes difficult, and then extending credit, there is the issue of credit worthiness. Can they repay back? People take loans and basically, use the loans to service their lifestyles, health issues, etc. So I think if we can actually start to gather data on commerce, so for example, in a particular geography, right, what is the prevalent commerce in that space? How can we come in to help them improve processes and then create markets in other states? For example, someone sent me a picture of a particular farmer in Kano who lost like a huge chunk of their produce because there was no market to basically sell them, right? And I think that if we want to change narrative around inclusion, we have to start taking the issue of poverty seriously and double down on commerce. That's my... Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So just a very quick one. Still on. Sorry, by the way, that's a fantastic point. I just have to say, just still on the focus. And this is not just for the panelists, but actually for, I guess, all the data stakeholders. I'm interested to understand to what extent there's interest or focus in collecting data or demand side data around SMEs, because this has been very focused on individuals and households. And then secondly, still on the individual front, to what extent there's interest or focus in data on alternative and decentralized finance. So before we saw the, crypto bubble bust last year, that seemed to be something that could change the game here. And I still expect that as, things pick up, then that could play a role. So yeah, just interested in, hearing thoughts around SME demand side data and then decentralized or alternative finance data as well. Thank you.
Okay, Nora, is feedback? Okay, on SME data, we do have, so currently we have the National MSME Survey. With regards to access to finance, we do have a section where we collect information around sources of income, right? And on there we have a section, we can also disaggregate by individuals who are business owners. And sometimes we also collect information, and we're doing that in 2023 survey on how financial kind of policies have affected their businesses. We have information around what they are doing, but that's when you can't stretch that too much, because it's sometimes on the household level, not on the business level. So I'm saying that to say that in Nigeria, really, we don't have a large-scale survey that looks at access to finance. What we are doing currently is we're supporting SMEDAN and the NBS. We've designed a module for them where they can, that they can integrate in their MSME survey. Funding is still an issue for the next survey, but when that survey comes out, they will probably have a module on access to finance where we can then triangulate finance for MSMEs with other operational issues, and then interest. And so that will be a rich data that we can leverage on.
On the MSME, there is a MBS data that says something like 4 out of 5 Nigerians who are employed are self-employed, and or something like 1 of there are 3 or 4 or 5. So essentially, from reading the individual data, many people in the MSME, their life and their business and personal life are intertwined. For example, in our business at OP, we do know that a lot of the people on our app are not just using it for their personal payments, they're also using it for their business. So some fair amount of extrapolation could also be done in terms of the basic challenge of people. Some people call them consumer like merchants, merchants like consumers, in terms of even that data. So that might be a useful perspective. More people actually who are MSMEs, their business and personal life are essentially intertwined. They use it for collections or payments for merchant business, and they also use it for their personal life. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Final question.
Thank you. My name is Tim Sokwe. I head strategy at AXA. Thank you for I look forward to getting the report. Interestingly, I think I go to EFINA website like every month or every 2 months, but I never knew about the A2F. I don't know how I didn't know about it, but I look forward to seeing the report, the data. I mean, because of my nature, I'm biased. I have to go back to the insurance topic. We have attempted to do some research on our side to try to deepen, the insurance inclusion. Because honestly, apart from the fact that I work in an insurance company, I believe that insurance is the most powerful financial inclusion tool, because it's the one that will guarantee that the savings that we're trying to drive will remain in the accounts. It's the one that will, ensure that the credit companies are able to keep lending, because they are protected when the person dies. So it's really powerful. I would like I don't know if you guys have really dug into the reasons why, first of all, and then the most important things that people want to insure. So, like I said, we've done a lot of research on our side to try to know what women, very interesting, that women, the speaker really talks about women because, I don't need to go back there. Things that women want to insure. So we saw that they were more interested in children's education, even more than their own food, even more than their own businesses. So, the call will be perhaps if this data doesn't have it in subsequent researches, if you can really help us deep dive into things that people see as valuable and things that they will not mind paying for. Paying that extra premium just to ensure that they're able to protect. It's just to drive. There are researches that shows and assumptions that maybe not assumptions. There's a correlation between economic development and insurance penetration. You typically see that countries that are a lot more advanced and developed have higher penetration than those that are emerging and at the bottom. So there's some sort of causative or correlation there. So it's very, very important that EFINA tries to continue to help us get the data as to the why and to the what, so that we can, as practitioners, develop those products that will help us drive over that penetration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just to wrap that up, so just for the sake of time, so we do have insurance, and we also every way we try to have a report on insurance. But I think, this is the reason for this meeting, the fact that this is a demand side survey. There's a limit to which we can go, but we are confident that when we triangulate that with supply side data, there is much richer insights that we can pull out of that. And so I would also be, while we're going to our breakout session, we would also be calling on you to say, when the data is out and we need to write, the new report on insurance, which providers in the room will be willing to partner with us, get us supply side data, so that we can have much richer data and insights that we can share, not just with the providers, but also with the policymakers, for better decision making. So yes, and please, when you go to your breakout session, look into the questionnaire, there are those questions around what micro insurance products will you be willing to take up, you know. So those questions are there, and if you think we need to tweak anything, we're willing to hear about that. For the sake of time, I want to just take us to the breakout session. Take us to tea break and to the breakout session without, you know, having any much details. So just to give you a sense of what we please expect you to do in the breakout session, we have 3 breakout sessions. One is looking into access and usage of financial services. The other one is looking into quality and impact. And the last one is looking into developmental outcomes. And please, we're pleading with you that please, when you go into your breakout session, the first question we ask is, what are the key research, you know, questions or data needs that we need to really address this issue of access and usage, right? What are the key data needs that we need to, you know, to address the challenges? I mean, based on your experience in that field, what are the data needs that, you know, required to make the jump that we want to see? Then looking through the A2F questionnaire, how well does the questionnaire answer? Like, what kind of data points will from the questionnaire that you have with you would answer some of those questions? Are there things that you need to answer some of those questions and make the changes that you want to see that are not in the questionnaire? You know, when you come back, we want to hear what some of those things are. And then if, based on your experience, you also are aware of other data sets where we can, you know, triangulate, we want to know what those things are. Now, we will not promise that we will make all the changes, but we have deep dive surveys. In other words, after this survey, if there are things that stand out to us, whether it's on credit or insurance or women, we will go back to the field and, you know, do some more deep dive surveys, you know, speaking to the women to understand their experiences, and if possible, also triangulating with supply side where we have that data. So those could be questions that we take and then we explore further, you know, when we have the deep dive surveys. So with that, I really want us to go for time to go to the breakout sessions, to go have our tea break, right? And then we'll go into our breakout sessions. We have, Nora, you want to walk us through?
Yes, so this will be breakout room A. You guys will remain here. And then this is breakout room B. You remain here as well. Breakout room C will go to a Papa room. It's just down the hall there. But that's after tea break. So we just have the break for 10 minutes. 10 minutes tea break and then straight into the breakout rooms. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone, for the feedback. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. So we would start the breakout sessions now. Room 1 will be talking about the access and usage, exploring access and usage of financial services, and they're on this side, on my right side. Let me get other people outside to come in. Sorry, the guys in the middle, you guys will be in the upper room. It's just down the hall on my left. Thank you. Sorry guys, can we come in? Breakout session is starting. No. Sorry guys. Yes. So where did you sit? Were you in the middle?
Yeah, I was in the middle.
Okay, so you'll be here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you'll be in this. Yeah. Okay. She said she's having another meeting. Okay. But then is this breakout too? That's the short. But that's what you want people to talk about. Let's break up this one. Yes. Where are the guys on this side? Like, this space seems empty. They can go in now, right? Yeah, don't. Hmm? Sorry. So for group 1, can we have everyone come together, maybe on one table, so that we can all deliver? Yeah, maybe you could just, yeah, that will work. So could you guys just move to this table? Sorry guys, please, you're here now. Oh, you're here now. I'm here. Okay, you're here. Okay, great, that's fine. So yeah, you're going in, yeah, a papa room. No, not this one, just there's one beside it on your right. So yeah, because I'm sitting on that table. Please, you can bring in your tea break. You can bring in your snacks. Sorry guys, you guys are in, right? You're in. Yeah, so you can go in with your stuff and eat as well, so you don't rush your food. Are there plenty? All right. Sorry, can you guys go to this table so that you can just have one discussion? Actually, where are you going? Are you moving? Okay, that's fine. All right. All right, so basically, I don't know, so we'll just be looking at the survey tool. I'm sure you have your copies.
Hello. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Hello, I think some of us are in deep in this question. Yeah, that's exciting. Maybe we'll try to kind of wrap up so that we would leave. Really want to thank everybody for active participation throughout this session, regardless of the length of time. Great. So we had 3 sections for the breakout session. A group which tried to delve into access and usage of financial services. A group that looked at quality and impact. A group that focused on wider development outcomes. So maybe we can have some persons from the group come and share with the wider group, maybe kind of what we talked about, some important research questions that not just only EFINA, but collaboratively, the financial ecosystem can look at in terms of insights, research questions, because we believe that whatever conversations we have here will shape the next report, right, an upcoming report, because we want to publish reports that people want to read and reports that influence decision-making at organizational level. Not only at organizational level, impact people's lives and move our country forward. Can I have someone from Group A? The people who spoke on access. So anyone that's available can just come up. We all had wonderful conversations. Tabitha, maybe who is sharing on behalf of Group 3? Maybe we start with that. That would ginger the rest of the team to kind of share. I know we touched on a couple of things so that we can go have lunch. I guess people are also fatigued a bit.
On this one, please exclude me because I'll talk about funeral insurance.
No. No. So someone from that group, I don't know, can I have someone from this group on usage? Okay, this group is quality and impact. Can we have someone just so that we can harmonize? What we're trying to get here is maybe the reporting. What is important for stakeholders in terms of reporting? What would they like to see, both as an organization? What would the organization want to see in the report or an additional report? What insights, what data have you identified that you can triangulate the A2F with to make important decisions? Okay. I thought someone was coming. People are not done. Okay, who will share for Group 3? I think they're done.
I'm realizing that I've joined the wrong group actually.
Our group, wider development outcomes. Chinasa, do you want to share? Who will share? Who? We had great conversations. Yeah. You would really want to hear what they were talking about there, how we can leverage the A2F. I'm sure you really, once they start, you really want to hear, honestly speaking. Who wants to share for our group?
Well, I can talk about the things that we raised. I think
yeah.
That there was... Okay, there was a valid point raised on the impact pillar of the surveys, and gentleman had asked if there's a sort of ask a question that allows the respondents tell us about their sort of experience or benefits from the products or services, to just get a sense of whether or not these things are actually really working and it's serving the purpose that they seek to serve. And there was also a lot of conversation around insurance, which is we talked about insurance because following the panel, well, the presentation, and there was a question around that question about, is insurance, people overlook insurance as part of financial inclusion, which isn't the truth. It was just a question of the need and making sure that the fundamental needs of the people that you're looking at are met, and then you can think about other things. And so I think that question, in terms of going back to ask what do you use and why do you use it, and how has it changed your life, would help us answer this question, and it will put that question to bed about whether insurance is critical now or it's something that you have when other basic needs have been met. And I think Choma had mentioned that you see they've tried to incorporate those sort of questions in a very silent manner in the survey. So because you see people who say they have all these products, and then when you ask a financial health related question, there's a disconnect. So which also then makes you wonder if indeed those products are serving the purpose they're supposed to serve.
Do you want to share something? The insurance man wants to speak. I think he made a case as to why insurance can solve wider developmental outcomes. He really made a valid case. I think we should hear him out. We're wrapping up. It's important to make the final case.
Okay, so my point was that we face risk all through, right? And I don't think that we should look at insurance as, okay, something that's, later on, but how do we layer it across, your journey? The conversation around micro insurance is key. Looking at simple products, seeing how we can leverage kind of like embedded solutions, embedding insurance, micro insurance, for example, in things that people actually use and buy today or pay for today. Looking at alternative ways of making payments. Making premium payments, maybe recyclables, things like that. So I think it's important that we look at it as well from that point, because that way we're able to help people stay afloat and have a sure way of risk mitigation.
Thank you. I don't know if someone else has anything to share. Nobody looked at the FAP questionnaire. So that questionnaire is trying to tackle physical access no longer an issue. Did anybody have any insights from that? Somebody say yes. Okay, I thought I heard yes. Okay, can we take from the group on quality and impact? I think that's really what our stakeholders want to hear this year, something that has to do with quality and impact.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we looked at exploring the quality and impact of financial services. The first thing we noted was ease of use is not included in the questionnaire, and USSD has not been covered, as well as eNaira. And you need to replace credit cards with prepaid cards, because we don't do that here, right?
Credit card is not prominent.
Yeah.
And then amongst the
Demographics that we're talking about. Okay. Okay, so QF6, we would rather have it as waste management than trash. What about you have there? trash collection. We said we should have waste management. That QF6, like Lomon. Do you understand? You know, on that code, okay. So, and then the use of agents is better explained things to people. When we talk about when you want to reach the greater population, you have to engage agents to use, right? Yeah, instead of bank agents. Just to see, in some places you go to, they find it comfortable and easier to talk to people that are their own, and sometimes you have gender barrier as well. And then so we also discuss language barrier, because sometimes you want to pass these messages across and they are mostly in English language, which is not a readily easy language to read for some set of people, because some people can read in their own mother tongue than to read in English language. Okay, so where you have cable TV, they didn't cover majority of the one. You only cover the one you can mostly have in the urban areas, and then you don't have start times. In some of those places we have start times. And then now we have varieties like Showmax and Netflix too. People do pay for them using their mobile apps and what have you. Then QF2 and 3, it does not cover pension and insurance, which should be included. Then we go to QF10A and 10B. There we should have financial institution and not bank, because it's not just the bank that people do transaction on these days. You get it? Okay. So in the QF section, cash card should not even come up. We don't do cash card, right? Okay. So bank product list also should include e-Naira. It is, I think, mandatory now in all transactions we do, and the products we bring out. The payment options is now more mandatory for you to include e-Naira according to CBN's policy and directive. Right? Thank you.
Thank you so much. This group delved deep into the questions, and I like that. We'll take all the feedback. And
so on Q7, I picked that she mentioned that there is need to remove cash card, right? And also include prepaid card, not credit card. But I'm also seeing on option, I'm also seeing that on option 2, it was actually said cash card or prepaid card. So there is need to definitely remove the cash card then and keep the prepaid card, if maybe more people are familiar with the prepaid card.
Prepaid card outside of industry, right? I'm even sure that there are junior bankers who don't even know what prepaid card means or how it works. It's ATM card or debit card. That's the street, the colloquial description for what you're referring to, the card channel. Yeah.
thank you so much. Any other feedback? Wow. So the feedback I'm getting is, aside from some of the tweaks we're making to some of the terminologies we've used to ensure that it captures what we're meant to capture, we really have a focus on quality and impact in terms of the upcoming reports. Stakeholders really want to see if the products that people are using is beneficial to their lives, because we believe that that's what will drive not only just financial inclusion, developmental outcomes, because we need to think beyond. We need to understand that financial inclusion is a means to an end, so we need to look at it from the customer's point of view. So I think right now we'll bring the event to a close. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Go on, okay. Go on. We really want to hear.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So in section D3, we have telephone, and there's actually no specification if it's a feature phone or a smartphone. I think that is actually very, yeah, so you can check. Okay, okay.
Just go on for now. Just
Okay,
go on
okay.
on this.
So there are some other questions that my group actually collated, suggested questions. So first of it, one of it is, so maybe we can just send it to you later. It's about
Okay.
10
10 new questions.
Yes.
So I think, yes,
Should I
yes.
read
He
it out?
said he will send it, but we would like to hear, not just a FINA hearing. They
Okay.
would like to hear.
Okay,
No,
so
no,
the
let's
first
hear.
is, have you encountered any issues while using mobile money services? Okay. Okay, is it there? Oh. Okay, so there's another one that is asking. Okay, so another one is asking if it is easy or difficult to use or access mobile money service. Is it there? Okay, there. Okay, okay, maybe. Okay, so let me just skip to the last one. There's one that says, is superannuation a familiar term? Especially if you want to annuation, yeah. If you want to translate, is it going to be something easy to? So. Okay, because we found it here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I look forward to the 10 questions, right? But I will close with this, right? And maybe there are some who've answered before, or maybe we just need to point him to the right place. I think that's the importance of the data showcase. So I would, so I will just close with this, right? We need to put this in context. I know Chinasa raised something about humanizing the data. Our respondents sit to over an hour responding to these questions. It's important that we use this data to better their lives in any way that they've highlighted so far that is impacting them. So it's not, we just don't want to collect data for data's sake, right? Because people spend actually their time to provide responses to these questions. So we hope to engage you again when the reports come out. I think I was sharing earlier, there are different ways this year we're trying to improve usability of the data. We're not just only going to be generating reports, we'll have visualization tools that people can break down the data, right? Some people, yes, there's the data set, they know, but they just don't want to look at it, right? So we're going to be having things like dashboards that on your own, when you have that data, you can click gender and it brings it out for you, right? We're going to have visualization dashboards, infographics. So we're also calling on data analytics organizations interested in data to collaborate with us, right? While we're also actually doing this. We'll have a fact sheet. Last year we had a fact sheet, a state-based fact sheet. I tried to look at this data by state across the 36 states of the country. And so feel free to reach out to us if you think there are better ways we can also actually simplify the data, because remember what we're saying, usability of the data. We just don't want every 2 years people sit down to over an hour and tell us the same thing they told us last 2 years, and you haven't done anything to improve their lives since the last time you came. One day they might chase us out of the community. So, so thank you. So over to Tommy for the closing remarks.
Sorry, 2 minutes. I just want to say thank you very much, everyone, and we sincerely apologize. We can see that we've gone past our time. We sincerely apologize. I want to say that we don't typically do this, but I think we can. I don't see the risk in that. We can take the questionnaire with us, and if you can please, maybe before the end of the week, if you have any additional insights, when you go back, you can share with your research teams. If there's anything that you think is priority that we should include, and like I mentioned earlier, if we cannot include it in this wave, in one of our deep dives, we will do our best to include it in one of those runs. So please take them with you, and please share any questions. Lastly, please, we have a feedback form, and really this feedback form is just to help us to know who is interested in what, to also guide our, kind of what we do going forward. We want to know what areas you are interested in using the data, whether it's product development, market segmentation, disaggregation, and if it's something we've not listed but you think is really, really important, please put it down there. Then we also want to know what topical areas are you interested in, and if you also want to partner with us, we really, really want supply-side data. We're begging, at this point I'm begging, please. It could be historic data, but just something that we can really triangulate with and create more insight. So if you would want to also work with us on that, please help us put that down. If you want to work with us on data analytics insight generation, please put that down, and we'll definitely reach out to you over the next 2 months. The data itself, the results will be out in October, right? So the launch of the data will be in October. And we're actually anticipating that if we have strong partnerships, we can have some of those innovative insights being shared even at the launch, compared to our traditional, generic, standard key headline indicators. We could actually showcase to the industry what kind of insights we can get from, the data, even at the launch. So please help us fill this. We will appreciate. Launch is downstairs or here, just as we go out of the hotel, just at the restaurant. So with that, I say thank you very much. We are very, very grateful that you chose to be here today, and God bless you all. Have a safe trip back.